Good morning and welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of meeting 5 of the Mathematics Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Criteria Committee. We're excited to see you all again. Denise, will you please conduct a roll call?
Heidi Spiegler.
Here.
Nina Bradshaw.
Here.
Erin Fraser.
Here.
Lori Fryermuth.
Here.
Lori Fury.
Here.
Lindsay Gatfield.
Here.
Crystal Gomez.
Here.
Janet Hollister.
Here.
Lisa Hogerman.
Here.
Stephanie Holloway.
Here.
Andrew Heffiker.
Here.
Janie Kim.
Here.
Rebecca Pariso.
Here.
Christina Rubalcava.
Here.
Theodore Sagoon.
Here.
Bernadette Salgarino.
Here.
Cole Sampson.
Here.
Diane Wilson.
Here.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I also just want to acknowledge our SBE liaison and staff, as well as our IQC commissioners who are also joining us today, as well as members of the public. Thank you for being here. I'll turn it over to Constantino Silva to discuss today's meeting.
Thank you, Director Coates. Good morning, Math CFCC. I'll just briefly go over our housekeeping, our morning agenda and virtual norms, discuss public comment. So on the agenda today, we have another very tight agenda. So please follow along as I walk through the day's activities. So the day begins with a brief overview of the meeting norms, procedures, and then we will quickly get into the whole group discussion for Chapter 13, the Glossary. We will then break into small groups for the start of the Chapter 11 assessment in the 21st century small group discussion. We'll take a break, and following that, we will return for whole group discussion on that chapter. After that, we'll take our lunch break at 12:30, and following that, we'll come back for Chapter 9, supporting equitable and engaging instruction. We will conclude the small group and then have a break. Following that, we'll have our public comment, and then we will begin whole group and then take a break and conclude the day with the Chapter 12 instructional materials whole group discussion. And then we'll wrap up with having a brief overview of our next meeting, which is coming up quickly at the beginning of November. We'll wrap up the day by 5 o'clock. Public comment. Members of the public, you can view the whole group discussion via the CDE webcast, and you can also access the small groups via the Zoom links that we have provided. If you still do not have the Zoom links, please email the Math Framework mailbox, and we will be happy to get those to you. We will project the slide again at public comment time this afternoon. And additionally, if you wish to submit written comments, please use the Math Framework mailbox and send your comments to the address on the screen. Comments received will be provided to the Math CFCC and made available to the public, but they will not be read aloud. Our meeting norms, you are all familiar with them, but just to recap, please be present during the meeting. If your camera is turned off, we will assume that you're away. Monitor your airtime, follow the rule of thumb, the 3 before me. And when not speaking, be sure to leave your microphone muted to alleviate any background noise and feedback. And please always do use the raise hand feature to be recognized. And when voting, please be sure to leave your votes up so that they can be counted. Our staff here in the boardroom, we will turn off the votes and continue on to the next item. Okay, and I think that is it for our overview, our norms. of the day, and we are ready to begin our whole group discussion for Chapter 13, Glossary. Director Coates.
Thank you, Costa. So our co-chairs will facilitate the discussion, but before we turn it over to them, I want to provide some background information to you. So for this chapter, as well as Chapter 12 later on today, we will not break into small groups for discussion. Both will be done in whole group. So for this chapter, which is the glossary, we requested from you comments regarding mathematical terms. So what edits and recommendations do you have regarding the terms that have been included? And are there any other terms you wish to recommend? And then also tables and illustrations, what edits and recommendations you had on the tables and illustrations that had been included, and any others that you wanted to recommend for inclusion, and then finally any questions that you had. So the consensus table that you'll see reflects your recommendations regarding the mathematical terms and the tables and illustrations for this chapter. But we wanted to take this time to answer the questions that were submitted. So the first question was, I wonder if it might be better to have the maths education terms pulled into a separate list than the general education terms, such as designated ELD, distance learning, etc. And so our response to this question is, this is a question for the other committee members to discuss and decide together what recommendation they would like to make to the writer. So this is certainly one that you are free to discuss during your time today. The second question is, are all the bolded words throughout the chapter's glossary terms? It seems like some of them are here and others are not. And so our discussions with the writers, our answer there is no. Some bolded words are not necessarily glossary terms, but as of a couple meetings ago, you may recall that we came to agreement, and the writing team is now using bold text only for glossary terms. So glossary terms will show as bold text only. And then the final question was regarding line 15 within this chapter. And the question states, for terms such as additive reasoning, more than a basic definition is given. When is this allowed? And so our response is yes, you are welcome to recommend modifications to any of the definitions. So again, that is up for discussion during your time together. And just a final comment, we would like you to keep this chapter, the glossary specifically, in mind and close to you as you're continuing to now review all the chapters, which will be in their second and third reads. And please jot down other terms and phrases you feel should be included in the glossary as we are moving forward through the rest of the meetings. And we will ask for your recommendations at the final meeting in December. I will now turn it over to Diane and Lori for the consensus discussion. Are there any questions? Great, thank you.
All right, good morning. So we are going to start this morning with chapter 13, and I'm not certain, does everyone have the bit.ly to get to the document?
I can project it again if you would like.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
Constantino and team, kindly share that in the chat as well. Thank you.
Okay, yes. And
so we're going to...
Sorry, Diane.
Oh, sorry.
It's the link down at the bottom of this slide. It's in the chat. And it's in the chat as well. There we go. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. So we're going to start the morning by taking 5 to 10 minutes to let everyone on the commission read through the comments. And so you're welcome to turn off your camera while you read if that is helpful to you. And then if you will please use the thumbs up reaction when you are finished reading so I know when we're ready to move on. And if you're finished, if you would use the thumbs up reaction, then we'll know when we're ready to move on. All right, it looks like we're ready. So we are going to use the same process that we used in our small groups, which is we will first take recommendations from anyone on the commission who would like to turn a comment red, meaning you would like to have it not move forward. Once we do the comments that are asked to be read, then we'll go through, and any comments you want to be yellow, you'll be able to identify, and then we will then go to any additional comments that you have if we have time. So we have until 9:35. So looking at comments 1 through 7, can you please raise your hand if there is one of those you would like to have read? Cole, go ahead.
I would actually like to strike my number 17. Reading this again, it's not talking about students' physical attributes. It's talking about like a third party, and therefore I think it's okay. So I think that is fine.
Okay. Is there anyone who did not want that one struck out or removed at the request of the writer? No. All right. I saw no. Is there any other hands for items 1 to 7 to turn one of those red? Okay. How about items 8 through 14? Is there anyone who would like one of those to be read? Lori, go ahead. Oops, I think you're muted. I can't see you on my screen right now. There we go.
Yeah, I am muted. So number 6 is the same as asking, and anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, but when I was reading it, number 6 encompasses 8 and 9. So I didn't know if we would want to make, like, just makes one of either 6 red, and I didn't know if I could, or 8 and 9.
Actually, I was the one who wrote 8 and 9, so I'm fine with just striking those.
Okay, thank you.
And then going to the end of the first section, so comments 15 through 21. Are there any of those you would like to turn red? Andrew.
On mine for 21, you can get rid of a couple of words that are actually there. Decomposing and number strings are both already in the glossary, so they don't need to be on my list. That's what happens when you read at 1 o'clock in the morning.
I understand that. Thank you. Anyone else? Lindsay.
I would move to strike Desmos as well, because we're not defining any other platforms or companies in the glossary. Everything else is just strategies or terms in the math world that are pretty universal.
All right, so we're turning Desmos red at this point. And is there anyone else? All right, and the remaining comments, 22 through 27. Is there anyone who would like one of those turned red?
Erin has her hand up, yes.
I just had a question. So for the one that Lindsay proposed, do we need to vote on that? Because that was one person suggested red.
Yes,
don't we need to vote?
As soon as we see if any of the rest of these are asked to be turned red, then we'll vote on all the red ones.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. So 22 through 27.
Through 24. Through 24, Diane. The others are the questions. You can You can then discuss whether you want to make the questions actionable in some way. But in terms of what the current recommendations are, it's through 24.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you. All right. And I see no other hands. So the only red item we have to vote on is Desmos. So if you vote yes on this one, you are saying that it will be removed and not go forward to the writers. So could you please vote on number 21, Desmos?
16 yes, and 2 I can live with it.
There's consensus for it to be removed.
All right, and now we'll do the same process for yellow. So items 1 through 7, if you have a question on one of those or would like to have discussion on one of those, can you please raise your hand? Lori.
Okay, so I just wanted clarification. Are they looking for a definition of what it means to obtain mastery? I just needed clarification. That was all.
Oh, it's on comment 2, correct?
Yes, on number 2.
Okay, thank you. And just a reminder, anything that is unhighlighted at the end of this part will automatically move forward to the writers. And Janet?
I was just looking at 7D, and I don't know how detailed we want this glossary to be, but I just have a question about overspecified and underspecified modeling problems. So I would like to know more about that so I can decide whether that's something that should be in the glossary or is.
Got it. Thank you. So if we could get comment number 2 highlighted yellow, and then part D of comment 7. All right, Lori.
I just had needed some clarifications on because they kind of go together. It's 3 and 4. Exactly what we're asking for there.
All right, thank you. And anyone else for 1 through 7? All right, comments 8 and 9 are gone, so comments 10 through 21. Lori.
Number 14. I just would like to add to it, so number 14.
Thank you. And Lindsay?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to unmute. Number 21 and 22, please.
Thank you. And go ahead and go all the way to the end, number 24. So are there any additional comments you would like the group to discuss?
I'm so sorry. I meant the 21 was the Desmos one. I meant 20 and 22. I'm so sorry that you just had to go through and individually highlight those. 20 and 22.
Got it.
Thanks. Sorry about that.
So comment 20 and 22. All right. Thank you. Anyone else? All right. I see no more hands. So we will go back and start with comment number 2. And I believe that was, let's see, Janet, or 2, 3, and 4. Janet, we'll start with number 2 and then go to 3 and 4. If you would like to speak to those.
So the word mastered came up in the chapter yesterday about mastering scatter plots, but the part that was more confusing to me is there's a section that it says, once students have mastered the content from K to 8, they're ready to move on to algebra or high school mathematics. And I just, whatever that definition of mastered is, that is a really tricky word to use because people define it in different ways. So if we're going to say students need to master the content from K through 8 to move on to high school mathematics, what does that word mean? Fluency is one thing that's been defined. Mastery is something that I would appreciate a definition for.
I may be confused, but I think maybe that comment goes with a different chapter.
Oh.
The line 124 that I'm looking at says learners continue working toward ideas for a sustained length of time.
Hold on. Say,
Diane, I think she had to insert it there as a term, master. If alphabetical order, I think
Right.
that's what she meant.
right. So when I put
okay.
the line numbers,
Got it.
I don't know why it would. So this suggestion to me would be, could we include what it means to master content?
Oh, got it. I was so confused. Thank you.
If we're going to use the word master, can we define what it means to master content in a way similar to we define what it means to fluently operate with numbers?
Okay, now I understand. So you're asking for a term to be added to the to the glossary. Got it. Okay, no, that was me. I was just confused. All right. So any additional comments? Erin?
So I just caution on that defining mastery and that whole scenario of students need to have mastered K through 8 concepts to be ready for high school, because that could turn into a whole different can of worms if we set a definition there and people either, you know what I mean? I think better would be to leave that out, because every district, every has a different sense of mastery and how they're testing mastery. So I would be really cautious about defining mastery for the state of California there. That to me seems scary.
Thank you. Bernadette?
This is a question for Janet as well. Janet, you are asking to add the word master somewhere in line 124. And I'm looking at line 124. That is some forms of defining low floor, high ceiling tasks. And my understanding is that this is an opportunity for kids to use where they are, use their skills of mathematics and knowledge, and have that entry points to go somewhere else. And that somewhere else is infinite. So for me, mastery is not going to be well used or intentionally used or properly used here because of the diversity that students may be acquiring when they are engaging in this low floor, high ceiling task.
Bernadette, you and I were thinking along the same lines, but what Janet actually was asking was not that it be included in that low floor, high ceiling, but that mastery or master becomes a term in the list. So it might go low floor, high ceiling, then manipulatives, then what it means to master something, and then measures of spread. So she was asking for it to be added in as an additional term.
So after line 124, another term. Okay, thank you so much. And therefore, I would go with Erin.
I'm right there with you. Dr. Lindemann, go ahead.
Yeah, so it seems to me, I would just recommend that we really strike the word master from the entire framework and not define it here, because I just think, I agree with what Erin had said. I just think this is really problematic. I would take this comment as more as let's just rephrase. So Janet, if you can, or if we can, perhaps we could just leave the comment here or to something to just to give a reference back to, let's rephrase the sentence in which this was used, but we can do that.
I would just say that would be great. That is what I was hoping, is that it's just a word that we just need to think of a different way to say that, and then we don't have to define it at all. So that makes a lot of sense, and I think I did note it in the chapters where it comes up.
Oh, you did? Okay. I don't see it in the comment. It says when students have mastered the content.
Right. I think in the chapters when I wrote comments.
Oh, you did. Okay.
In the setting.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So in that case, I think I need some guidance here. Are we going to vote on this, or are we asking Janet to strike it?
I believe you would need to take a vote. The recommendation, yes, to what is not stricken there is the recommendation now.
Okay, thank you. So we're voting on alternative strike word from the framework or rephrase the relevant passage. So if you would please vote on that.
Yes.
We have consensus.
All right. All right. And the next one is comment number 3. It is to add another term to the glossary, and the term is model. And Lori.
I don't disagree that the word model is used in many different ways and means many different things when we say it. I mean, we can build a model, but that doesn't mean we're actually doing modeling. So I think I'm with having maybe some multiple definitions of the word model in the glossary, because when you say model with mathematics, to me that means one thing, but if I want to build a model, that means something else to me. So I'm with Janet here. I just wanted it to be brought up for conversation so that we have multiple for a word that has multiple meanings, that we have multiple definitions for those meanings.
Thank you. Erin?
So agreed there with Lori, because model and modeling is consistently defined differently. And so the idea, and this was something that came up in the last framework, the idea of modeling in the respect to mathematics and with respect to the SMP and the conceptual category. Modeling problems as a teacher is different than mathematical modeling, and those two things are not distinguished very well by teachers. So I would agree that we want to, I wouldn't say multiple definitions, but I think that idea of modeling as in mathematics and modeling as a conceptual category should be defined, because I think there's still a lot of issues with that, just with a lot of people in terms of what that means.
Thank you. Stephanie?
Yes, I'm going to have to agree with that as well. I think it would be especially beneficial for elementary teachers, because they see that as taking out your manipulatives and using and building a model, like they were saying. So I think elementary teachers would especially benefit from differentiating between the two.
Thank you. And Christina, and then we'll go ahead and vote.
So I agree. I would also like to see, when we're talking about modeling as the conceptual category, the modeling cycle diagram from the last framework would be nice to include here.
Thank you. All right. So first we will vote on comment number 3. All right. So if you were in favor...
The modeling cycle should be on number 4, not number 3.
Right.
So, Deanne, could we then add on to each of those? Because right now we are now adding something under line number 4 to include mathematical modeling and so on and so forth. I think we said something around model with mathematics SMP, as well as, in other words, these two words in different contexts, right? That they need to be defined.
Yes. All right. I think we are ready to vote. So comment number 3. If you are in favor of moving that forward, please vote yes. Or you can vote no, or I can live with it.
We're waiting on one vote. Stephanie? 17 yes, when I can live with it.
Consensus.
Right. Comment number 4. We discussed it with the last one. Is there anyone else who has a different opinion? There's something to add. All right. Looks like we are good to vote. So would you please vote for number 4?
17 yes, 1 I can live with it.
Consensus? And Diane, just to
Thank you.
time check, we have about 9 minutes remaining.
Correct. Thank you. I thought we ended at 8:35, and I was kind of worried, but I saw we're good. Comment number 7D. Erin, please.
So that was my comment, and I think it was Janet who brought it up, that overspecified, underspecified modeling problems, what was meant by that. That's exactly what I was trying to say, is that was in Chapter 8, and I had no idea what that meant, which is why I said it should be defined.
Got it. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, I see no more hands, so can you please vote now on 7D?
$13 yes, 5 I can live with it.
Consensus?
Number 14. This is to include a definition for the word compose. Lori.
I wanted this highlighted because I liked what was said in comment number 1, that compose, it talked about not just composing numbers, but also, number 1 said decomposing numbers, but also decomposing figures is a problem. So I just wanted number 14 to align with number 1, that when we talk about composing, we discuss not just numerical composing, but that we can do it geometrically as well.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? All right, well, please vote now. Number 14.
$16 yes, 2 I can live with it.
Consensus?
Comment number 20, to include virtual manipulatives. Any comments on this one? Lindsay.
I just wanted to see if we could have this be a separate definition or something that's added on, but not as much as possible. I realize we live in a weird world right now, but as much as possible, I think it's important to get students actually hands-on using manipulatives. And then, we use virtual manipulatives when they're not available, when we're distance learning, whatever it may be, or for certain projects. But I just wanted either that to be separate or to be like really a separate thing within the manipulatives definition, so that it's not just like includes virtual or can be virtual or something like that, if that makes sense.
Thank you. And Lena?
Yeah, I'm okay with that, because that was actually my comment. I'm okay with it separate, and really, I just want to make, for me, the idea really is to give credence to both physical and virtual manipulatives, just because elementary, generally, students are using physical manipulatives. As they get into the secondary classes, those manipulatives go away. And then especially with, whatever happens after this pandemic, are we going to have more classes online? And even right now in some districts, we do have classes, we do at the secondary level, at least, we do have students doing credit recovery. So I also want to make sure hey, a teacher can use virtual manipulatives if no other physical concrete manipulatives are available.
Thank you. And Erin?
So I like Lindsay's suggestion because we already have manipulatives in here on line 125, that virtual manipulatives just become a part of that definition as an extension on there rather than a separate within the glossary.
All right, thank you. And let's go ahead and please vote now on number 20.
$13 yes, 5 I can live with it.
Consensus?
Comment number 22. The UDL guidelines. And Erin?
I don't mind striking that. It just seemed to me the things that were included at the end as charts were just kind of haphazard. Here's a couple, and it didn't seem like there was any like rhyme or reason. And so I know that UDL is such a huge part of this framework. And so those guidelines were linked in chapter 2, but they weren't actually, like it wasn't actually shown. So I think that showing it in the glossary, since it's something that's threaded throughout the framework, might be a good idea so that there's some intentionality about what we're including in that glossary.
Thank you. So you're asking to add the UDL guidelines, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Lindsay and then Dr. Lindeman.
I just highlighted this one because I felt like yesterday we had said call that out actually in the chapter, have that there. And so I didn't want to take away from that. But also I just felt like this is so much more than a definition. And so whether it's like its own appendix of UDL or something like that, to really call it out and not just be lost in the glossary, if that makes sense.
Thank you. And Dr. Lindeman?
Yeah, I was just going to say I got something similar to Lindsay, that it is, I think the consensus was to put it at the end of chapter 2. And that's the table, the graphic, which includes all the 3 recommendations and then all of the individual guidelines in there. That would be a lot to put into under one entry in the glossary, so it could be put at the end of the glossary again, sort of repeated again.
Thank you. And Erin?
So I don't mind striking that if it's in chapter 2. Again, it seemed like there was a couple of tables that were stuck at the end of the glossary, and I didn't see how they kind of connected with the glossary, so I wasn't sure what the intention was. Were we just putting all tables that we were using that we were referring to, or are we just, if they're in the chapters already, I don't know that they need to all be here. So like the hundreds chart, because the hundreds chart is actually in the primary chapter, so that's why I wasn't sure. I would be willing to strike that. I'm fine with that.
Okay. Dr. Lindeman?
Yeah, so it seemed that when we built the glossary that the prior 2013 framework had lots of tables after it, after the actual glossary itself. So that's where even the title of this chapter is a little misleading. It's not just a glossary. It's glossary and additional resources. And so perhaps the CFCC could consider or reconsider a different title for this if it's meant to include just a random assortment of resources, like you've said, is sort of in there now. It's not necessarily super well linked to anything. Then it could just be some additional resources. But if not, then it should maybe just be a glossary. It's just there's kind of a bigger issue when we looked at what the 2013 framework and we revised that glossary, what it actually included. Like I said, there was a bunch of tables in there that are just there.
Thank you. And Erin?
So I think in the 2013 framework, I think I remember that some of those things were put in because they were so new with the new set of standards that were coming in. But I would agree with your recommendation that we keep it as a glossary because these tables that are here are within the text elsewhere. So I don't know that we need to include them because it does just muddy it up. Maybe within the glossary itself, though, we have like references to page numbers where those things are. That might be something that would be a better way to deal with that and save us some space rather than making such a huge document by repeating the same things.
Thank you. All right. So this is turning into a much bigger discussion than simply this one comment, and we are at time. And so I'm thinking that this is something we can come back to in our second read, but I need some guidance on what we want to do here.
Yes, that is correct. If you want to just take a vote on the immediate action, but consider a sort of a larger fix or remedy or a way of addressing the situation for the next time that the committee reads the chapter, which will be in December, but at least for the immediate action today to finalize the recommendations, yes, please take a vote.
So,
okay,
can I just strike this for now? We've had the discussion, and if we're going to have another read on this, I vote we just don't worry about it. If there's going to be some fixes to the thing anyway. So I just vote let's strike it.
All right. All right. In that case, the questions, I know there were 2 of them that were still open, so we will come back to this with our second read.
That is
I'll
correct.
turn
And
it
so,
back
yes,
over.
just committee members, keep in mind your questions. Please consider how to turn them into actionable recommendations for the next iteration of this chapter. And anybody else who had any other additions that they thought that maybe could be added as a sort of a tier 4, a final section, please hold on to them. Again, you continue to shape these chapters based on your reading of all of the other chapters. So please keep whatever recommendations you wish to add today, keep them in mind for the next time you review the chapter. Okay. Are there any final questions on this chapter? Okay. We have just enough time to begin our transition. I'm sorry. Right here. Begin our transition for our small group discussions on Chapter 11. Please recall that you will be going into the small groups to provide deep analysis and recommendations, especially leading to the state board guidelines, but in general to make substantive recommendations on the content of the chapters. Anybody who does not have the link to the bit.lys, please send us, here's the link, but you can also send us an email to the Math Framework mailbox, and we will gladly send you the link, as well as the links to the breakout groups. These are the groups, just briefly for our committee. And here are the links, and we will begin in about 3 minutes in the small groups, so we will see you there. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are back from our break, and we are ready to begin whole group discussion for Chapter 11, Assessment in the 21st Century. Denise, will you take roll?
Addie Spiegler. Lena Bradshaw. Can they not hear me? Addie Spiegler. Lena Bradshaw. I don't think they can hear. Oh, okay.
Okay, well, welcome back. Sorry for the technical glitches. It appears that you couldn't hear us, and we were starting to get going on the next activity. So welcome back from the break. We will start with roll. Denise?
Heidi Spiegler.
Here.
Lena Bradshaw.
Here.
Ann Fraser.
Here.
Lori Firemuth.
Here.
Lori Fury.
Here.
Lindsay Gatfield.
Here.
Crystal Gomez.
Here.
Janet Hollister.
Here.
Lisa Hogerman.
Here.
Stephanie Holloway.
Here.
Andrew Huffaker.
Here.
Janie Kim.
Here.
Rebecca Pariso.
Here.
Christina Rubalcava.
Here.
Theodore Sagun.
Here.
Bernadette Salgarino.
Here.
Cole Sampson.
Here.
Diane Wilson. Diane Wilson. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Director Coates. All right, so we are projecting now the Google Doc for this consensus discussion. And I just want to mention, Lindsay, we received your submission related to comment 17. So when we get to that, I will project the 4 documents that you shared, or the 4 images that you shared. But I will now turn it over to our co-chairs.
All right, everybody. So we have no red highlighted comments to discuss. So we're going to go ahead and we have 6 yellow highlighted comments and 9 added comments for discussion. So we'll go ahead and start with comment 1, and I'll do kind of the same thing I did yesterday. I'll kind of pause for a moment before I ask for speakers to give everyone a chance to reread the comment, and then ask for speakers. Please go ahead and raise your hand as soon as you know you want to speak, and we'll move from there. Okay, so we're just considering comment number 1. Okay, Janet?
So this is my comment. We talked about it in my group that it was a bit broad and sweeping, and so we tried to rewrite it in comment 19.
Okay, so are you asking for this to be removed in lieu of comment 19?
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I'm just asking what action you'd like us to take.
Let's just vote on it, and then it'll get addressed in 19.
Okay. All right. Anybody else would like to speak to comment number 1? Okay, so just a reminder, a yes vote moves it forward to the writers, and a no vote makes the comment red. Okay, so a yes vote moves it forward, and a no vote makes it red. Please vote now.
We have 18 no.
Okay, we do not have consensus to move this forward.
Okay, so that moves us on to comment number 3. Okay, Cole?
So in our group, I'd asked to make this red, and over the break, I was kind of looking back and forth, and I realized that what was in our consensus document for our Delta team is the wrong link was provided. It actually took us to Chapter 9 of the ELA-ELD framework. And now looking at the science or this chapter here, it actually does correlate. So just so my group's clear on that thinking, the wrong link was provided in our small group.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? So, Cole, based on the fact that you had at one time wanted it red, now that you realize the link is wrong, does that change your mind about it being red? That changes your mind, just for clarification.
Yeah, that changes my mind personally. Yeah, I think we still have to vote, but yeah, it does change my mind personally.
Okay. All right, Janet?
So, yeah, we found that it was the wrong link. I'm very sorry for that. If it is on page 52 of the science framework. And what it is, it's an assessment snapshot of a kindergarten class conducting an investigation about silkworms and how they're going to organize the data and track the growth, and just a description of how this teacher uses this activity as a formative assessment. I thought that it would go nicely in a formative assessment section so that you can see some ways of assessing formatively some data work in kindergarten.
Okay, so let me ask this. Would you feel comfortable with us going ahead and removing that link? And okay, so if we could remove the link, and then, I'm sorry, page, if you could, and then we'll add the page that from the science framework that you would prefer to reference.
Right, so it is page, it starts at the bottom of page 52.
Okay.
Lori,
shouldn't the link
here.
still be there?
Yeah, I just wanted to say. Sorry, Constantino.
She said the
here.
link was wrong.
Our understanding was that the link had been corrected during the break.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, so the link is great. Thank you. Thank you.
And it's at the bottom of page 52.
Okay. So I don't know if you just want to go ahead and just for clarity for the authors, writers, if you could write bottom of page 52. Okay. Thank you guys. So I didn't realize that it had been corrected. Thank you. All right. Any other comments on okay, Lori?
I keep going back and forth. I'm trying to find it. I don't see a page 52 on this document.
Okay, I see what you mean. It is, we need to take that bottom of page 52 off because it does.
It's page 1343.
Thank you.
Line 1343?
Thank you, Erin. Okay.
Oh, from the science.
No, page 1343 in the document online, it's the 52nd page of chapter 9, but in the whole framework document, it's page 1343.
Yeah. When I used the link, though, when I just I just clicked on the link and then it gave it gave the thousands page numbers. Okay.
So Janet, what is it about this table that you appreciate?
Okay, so whatever document I was looking at, it obviously wasn't
I'll pull it up.
this one, because the one that I have, I don't know, it says, it has an...
It still is, Janet. It's the next page. It's over 2 pages.
I believe I'm assuming I'm looking at the right thing. Assessment Snapshot 9.6, Mathematical Thinking for Early Elementary.
Yeah, whatever I'm looking at actually has a little snapshot, and so I'm just going to take this. I don't quite understand what is different about the document I'm looking at compared to the actual framework, so I'm just going to withdraw this comment because the snapshot...
If you keep going to the next page, Jenna, I think was the part you were talking about, where it has the rubric, but then it has more about the formative assessment and the data. And it goes into the explanation.
Right. Well, what I was looking at, it says Mr. A's kindergarten class is conducting an investigation while they realize what they needed to use is mathematical thinking. Mr. A's class receives a package of silkworms and is amazed at how they hatched. So I don't know.
It's on the screen.
That's what we're looking at right now.
Oh, there you go. That's it. Yeah. I liked that snapshot as a way to, and then it talks about how to sort of formatively assess students. So yeah, that's what I was looking at. Sorry very much for the confusion.
Oh, no problem. No problem. Okay, so that is the snapshot you're asking to be added there. Okay. Thank you, and thank you, Erin, for helping us with that as well. Okay. Erin, did you have another comment?
I was just going to say, because I like the snapshot because it does relate to the measurement standards, but it also has some of the data science intro level with the displaying data. So maybe, though, within that snapshot, instead of just embedding it with those science standards the way it is, we could keep the science standards, but also include the math standards that are being addressed.
Okay, so on that comment, we'd just like to add, please include math standards in snapshot as well. Okay. Is that what you wanted, Erin? Okay. Okay, any other comments around number 3? Okay, if we could go ahead and vote.
We have 14 yes, 1 no, and 3 I can live with it.
We have consensus.
Okay, moving down to comment 6, and our group kind of recognized that 6 and 7 were very similar, so just kind of keep that in mind. But we'll have to vote on them one at a time. Okay, Lori?
We discussed this in our group because I wrote comment 6 and Diane wrote comment 7, and I would like to withdraw comment 6.
Okay. Any objections to withdraw of comment 6? Okay, so we'll go ahead and strike through comment 6. And then we're looking at comment number 7. Okay, Diane?
At first glance, I thought they were identical, but they're not. And it seemed to me that the writers put in two different choices here. And I like the choice that starts in line 173 and finishes in 184. In that part, students mark individual problems that they're having trouble with, but can do problems without assistance on all of the tests. And on the second option, starting at line 185, students draw a line across the test when they get stuck, and then they can use resources on everything below the line. So I like the first option better, and also the first option has a nice sentence at the end that says, Vince said the discussions gave him the best information he'd ever had on his students' understanding. And so I thought that was nice to keep too. So my proposal is that we eliminate lines 185 to 192.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, see no hands, if we can go ahead and vote.
We have 11 yes, 3 no, and 4 I can live with it.
We have consensus.
Okay, that moves us on to comment number 9. Any discussion on comment number 9? All right, Diane?
I was just confused. I think I understand what it's trying to say, but it says that some teachers believe retaking work is unfair, as students may go away and learn on their own what they need to improve their grade. And so I just think that doesn't quite accurately reflect what the sentence is trying to say, is that this is an opportunity for students to learn. And so I just think it needs to be rewritten.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca?
Sorry, I was muted. I think if you look at it in the context of the whole paragraph there, the way I'm interpreting it is that they're just reiterating the fact that there's nothing wrong with retaking tests, quizzes, and even assignments. I don't know what's confusing about that. So what exactly would you change it to?
I didn't really have an idea. I like the second half of the sentence. Such efforts at their core are about learning. I just didn't understand the unfair part of it. And so I think that's what I need clarification on. I don't understand why teachers might feel this is unfair.
Well, I'm wondering if it's because, are you getting at some teachers think that, you should have gone with the first test because at that moment that was their score instead of giving them the opportunity to get better? Is that kind of what you're saying?
I honestly don't know what it's trying to say. I really, truly don't understand the reason to have the word unfair in there. And so I think, to me, it just needs some more clarity.
Okay, so with that idea of clarity, I'm going to skip to Dr. Bowler, and then I'll go back to Lindsay.
I was just going to say that I wrote this comment, and we've had a lot of work with teachers who say, I don't want to have students who retake an assignment or a grade should get a lower grade the next time around because they didn't do it correctly the first time. And that's something we've tried to work with, that if kids do go away and do extra work and increase their grade, they should be able to get the same grade as what was on offer at the beginning. But we can rewrite it and make it clearer.
Okay. All right, thank you. Lindsay?
I think to Dr. Bowler's point, so when in our group I mentioned, I think that it is common practice to think it's unfair about certain pieces, and maybe not that kids go away and learn more. No teacher's like, it's not fair, they get to keep learning, maybe. But I think it's more of maybe it's not fair to the people who tried their hardest the first time. And so there's like a misconception that students aren't going to try as hard the first time if they know they can do a second time. And so it's not fair to others, or it's not fair to others because for what, I don't know, various reasons, but something like that. And so I think it's just clarifying that piece. I think it's important to bring up that some people think it's unfair because that's a very real mindset that some people have. And so it's acknowledging that and explaining how we could see it maybe from a different perspective.
Okay. All right, Andrew, and then Cole.
Yeah, really, Lindsay kind of took the words right out of my mouth. In working with middle school kids and with high school teachers, and having a high schooler already, it's this idea that if you don't do it the first time the right way, then that's your only shot. And that if you have to do it again, then you're somehow less than the student who didn't. And so I actually prefer the word unfair, and I would really like to not remove it from the text.
Okay. Okay, Cole, and then Christina.
I'm wondering if maybe using the words unproductive belief, which is kind of taken from that NCTM focus, might help mend some of the thinking here. I just offering that as a possible word solution there.
Okay. All right, Christina.
So I, in our group, was the one who asked for this to be highlighted yellow because I again, was like, I think that word unfair needs to be there. But after hearing the discussion, what I would propose is expanding this a little bit, the description, so that it's sort of broken into two parts. Here's why teachers might think it's unfair, sort of a compare and contrast. But in reality, it's about learning and growth over time. So just fleshing that out a bit more.
Okay. Is there any words that you would like to add to the comment, Christina, in that light?
I would just say maybe expanding on why teachers might feel the practice is unfair, and then contrasting with productive growth mindset type beliefs about, learning over time and that rough draft thinking.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And maybe adding, this is Constantino, maybe adding some writer's discretion language there. They've heard the discussion. I think they understand sort of where the committee would like to go with this.
This is Bernadette. I would like to include the suggestion from Cole as well to consider unproductive belief, if that could be, some sort of our writers to be reflecting about in the way that they could phrase it.
Sorry, Christina, can you just repeat what you said after asset-minded?
I think I just said contrast this with a growth mindset, learning over time approach, and then I think I said rough draft thinking.
Okay. And maybe after the word unfair, just maybe parentheses, unproductive mindset. Is that what you were saying, Cole? I can see you if you just nod. Okay, thank you. If you could just, perfect. Does that capture? Again, I just want to make sure, Cole and Christina, am I capturing what you're saying? Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments on number 9? Okay, so let's go ahead and vote.
We have 17 yes and 1 I can live with it.
Consensus.
Okay, that takes us all the way down to number 16. If anyone would like to speak to this comment. All right, Janet.
So again, my comment, when I was reading it, I couldn't figure out why it was in the assessment section. It felt more like equitable teaching, and it just didn't flow for me. But if it flowed for everybody else, then
okay,
so be it.
All right, Christina.
I was thinking that I kind of see what they're going for, but maybe a stronger connection to why it's here, because we're talking about formative assessment and using tasks is a way to do that. So just maybe making the connection to why we're talking about CGI or complex instruction, why that's in this particular piece. So just fleshing that out a little bit more.
Okay, Dr. Bowler?
Thank you. It's here because we were asked in the first round of the discussion of this chapter to add it here. Somebody said, put some language in here about competence instruction and about assigning competence. So that's why it's here.
Okay, Janet?
So then I think that either one, we're going back and forth on ourselves, or two, just making that clearer, it's what Christina said. It's just building that bridge a little bit stronger as to why it's there. So I'm not sure how to, yeah. Sorry about that when we go back and forth like that.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion? Lindsay?
Could we make a note to also include this in chapter 2, or that would need to wait until the third read of chapter 2?
I will need guidance on that.
We can take that recommendation now as well. I mean, this is the meeting at which chapter 2 has been reviewed, so it's still okay.
Okay, thank you. So maybe just add, please include this section in chapter 2 as well. Okay, anybody else? Please take a minute to read the revisions, or a few seconds to read the revisions. Okay, seeing no other hands, if we could go ahead and vote. Oh, Stephanie?
The way it's worded, it's saying it would be more appropriate in chapter 2. So it says include in chapter 2, but are we voting to take it out of this section and to replace it in chapter 2, or to have both?
I think maybe we need to strike out, and stop me if I'm wrong. Maybe I wish I could highlight. Strike out the about and more appropriate, like the word, about, and then more, and then would be more appropriate. Maybe strike that out. I'm trying to make it make sense. And we can take out to be included in chapter 2.
If we take out the first sentence, you still have make it more clear as to why complex instruction is included. So I would say just that first sentence.
Okay, perfect.
And voting on the revision.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that's what we're voting on. Okay, let's go ahead and vote if there's no other hands.
We have 8 yes and 8 I can live with it.
We have consensus.
All right. So now these are new comments. That's why they're all yellow, because we're seeing, the whole group is seeing them for the first time. So we're looking at comment number 17. And Erin?
So I put both 17 and 18 up. So this was a huge discussion that ended up being in our group. Commons, public comment was talking about line 337, and the example used, the report card that is there lists skills versus standards. And so then we had this discussion about instead having the standards, but then I said, well, as a secondary teacher, I don't know really that much about standards grading. So I was enlightened by a couple of people in my group that were saying at the elementary level, they come up with the skills like learning targets. But then they were saying on a report card, though, they would never do that because you'd have a 30-page long report card. So Lindsay has sent some examples of report cards that are standards-based. And that was the other thing, is the skills that were on there were different grade levels. So we were a little concerned about that also. So that's what that one was about. And then on number 18, it was for my, at least secondary benefit, working with middle school and high school teachers. And for me, myself, it would be nice to have some more specific guidance for standards-based grading and how it works, especially if this is what we are really trying to encourage people to move to. I think that needs to be fleshed out a little bit better. And so the idea of more specific information about standards-based grading and coming up with those skills, the success criteria, but also maybe having some links elsewhere so it doesn't get too long. But I think that would help to encourage, if this is what we're trying to say is a model, then we need to really push the information out there.
Okay, thank you. Lindsay?
So in the samples that they just showed, one of the samples is actually a 6th grade sample. And so I don't know if that would be the most beneficial, because then people who are in, it's the SVSD 6th grade one. Here, there. So if that would be the most helpful, because it's middle school technically. But basically the way that this is broken down, which a lot of standards-based report cards do, is that it's by domain. And so you have like the not major clusters, but you have the different clusters of standards. And I know that our district, even some of them, like not everything is 100% represented on every single thing. There are a couple ones that just didn't quite, because they looked at more of major clusters and things like that, because as much as a standards-based report card is the ideal, in reality, it's all about clicks, right? And how many clicks it takes to do the report card. And if we had this for every standard for every single thing, it would be way too much. So there's 4 different examples that I found from different districts. And one of them actually does have the standards that align with it. But one of the things that we felt with this one was that these are for parents. And so adding in, 6 EE2 isn't really helpful for, that's not guiding them to what maybe the standards are, because this is the language of the standards already. It's the language of the clusters. And so I don't know if maybe having a 6th grade sample would be the best, because the other ones are all K5. If 6th grade would be better to kind of gateway to middle school and high school, having those conversations and seeing how that might work.
Okay, thank you. Stephanie?
Did you, Lindsay, say that you gave an elementary example as well?
Yeah, so there's a 4th grade, a 2nd grade, I think.
This is the 2nd grade.
Okay. Yeah, I prefer that over what's in there currently. Currently, as we stated, it is skills-based, and I think giving this message, it shows everything kind of chopped up into pieces versus teaching the big ideas. So I think something like what Lindsay is referencing there would be better, but maybe working on that language for parents, as she stated. The way it is on page 24 is probably not the best example.
And that's kind of more, that's addressed too in our 18. So we kind of split the two a little bit. So I guess for number 17, we were just saying to replace it with an actual report card sample versus the ICANN sample, because these are coming from more than one standard and more than one grade level. But multiple ICANN statements are coming from the same standard, and so you wouldn't see that on a report card. And so because this section is standards-based report card and not just standards-based grading, that we kind of address the grading piece of it in our comment 18, but for 17, just replacing it with an actual report card example.
Lori, you're muted.
Sorry. So 17 is using one of the report cards that Alpha Group came up with and is sending them to the writers. Okay. So if we could go ahead and vote on 17.
We have 17 yes and 1 I can live with it.
Consensus.
Okay, so then we're looking at 18. Okay, Lindsay?
So then with 18, we were saying there's still value in having these learning intentions broken down by standard, and it's still good practice for teachers when looking at standards-based grading that they go through and they look at, so what are the learning intentions within that standard that we need? And so then that helps with the standards-based report card, right? Because we know what's going into that standard on the standards-based report card. But so we just wanted kind of some more explanation for that to guide teachers through that process. And then also to use maybe a different example, because this has the sum of 2-digit numbers and the difference of 2-digit numbers, which is really first and second grade standard, and then the product of 2-digit numbers and the quotient of two 2-digit numbers. And so that is a 4th grade standard. So we just want to be consistent on the grade level standards as well.
Okay. Anybody else like to speak to this? Number 18. Okay, Christina?
So just to clarify, it feels like there's 2 different things within this comment. So the first part is more guidance for teachers about standards-based grading in general. So I know for me as a high school teacher, I use standards-based grading, but then I was converting it to, your typical letter grade scale for the report card. So providing more guidance for how you might do standards-based grading. The second piece seemed to be to make sure that we're using correct learning targets in our examples that align to the right grade level or course. Is that accurate, that there's 2 different parts there?
So I think that, well, because the example, if we replace the example before, that was what we were talking about. But we do still want that discussion about the learning targets, just making sure that when that discussion is happening, that maybe there's an example from a specific learning domain at a specific grade level that we have learning targets, like this is how you could break it down within there. But that, again, more guidance and links to more guidance so that, especially for middle school and high school where the standards-based grading is not as common yet, even though because that's where we want them to go.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions around number 18? Okay, so then if we could go ahead and vote.
We have 16 yes and 2 I can live with it.
Consensus.
Okay, so moving on to number 19. Okay, Janet?
So this was our attempt to sort of revise number 1 above, but so it is a call for just more snapshots, sort of like we saw in the science framework of how to do that assessment. And then also just making sure that there's the grain size of there's samples of grain sizes of assessments from the really sort of small, in the moment, day, maybe the week, or the larger assessment, so that there's a variety of samples of different type ways to assess. And that was coming the way that the ELA ELD framework had a nice structure to it. Don't need that structure, but to include those conversation pieces.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? All right, so if we could go ahead and take a vote.
We have 14 yes and 4 I can live with it.
We have consensus.
Okay, so moving on to number 20. And I might add that number 20 and number
25.
25, yes, thank you, are the same comment. I think number 25, it was just included with the entire paragraph from the public letter.
And actually, my comment number 21 came from the same public comment letter. We didn't put as much detail.
So can I move that we keep 25 because the other two have less detail?
Okay. Sounds good. So, Crystal, is your letters are next to number 20?
That's fine.
So are you?
I'm okay with withdrawing it since 25 is there.
Okay, thank you. Any objections to? Okay, Erin? All right, so we'll go ahead. If no one has any objections to removing number 20, we'll go ahead and remove number 20. Okay, so that takes us to number 21.
And that was my comment, and I'm okay with drawing it in lieu of 25.
Okay, thank you. And that moves us on to number 22. And I might add the habits of mind is the rubric that is provided.
And this is Bernadette. That is, this habits of mind is on page 21. I remember that we spoke about these before, about editing some language to make it more asset-based and culturally responsive and sensitive to our learners. And so I have suggested a word there that could help our writers to be thinking about that. So instead of unable or unwilling, I am beginning to make meaning or make sense, or I'm beginning to initiate a solution, or I'm beginning to take on a challenge to, and so on and so forth. So I would highly recommend our writers to, again, review some of the language in here to make it more asset-based and responsive and sensitive to our community. Thank you.
Okay, Erin?
So, I understand what you're saying, Bernadette, but I'm pretty sure that this is a example that was pulled from somewhere, so it probably needs to be cited, and it may not be able to be changed unless you completely rewrite a new rubric.
Erin, I heard it last time from reading number 1 that they are going to edit some of the language here. Otherwise, take a look at another one, because this is disturbing for me. Okay, Janet?
I just want to echo what Bernadette's saying. I think it is just really unconscionable. I can't say that word, but just to say that a student is unwilling to take on a challenge is just not okay.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bowler?
We can find another example.
Thank you so much. I truly appreciate that. Thank you.
That's a really good suggestions.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. So maybe do we need to edit that, either edit the current rubric or find new example with more asset-based language? So maybe just put that at the end, or find new example.
And if anybody has one that they would like to send us, that would be fantastic.
Okay. Any other comments on number 22? So if we could go ahead and vote then on number 22.
We have 17 yes, and 1 I can live with it.
We have consensus.
Lori, you're on mute.
All right, I'm pausing here to make sure. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep the background noise to a minimum. So yes, I can see people looking up number 22, so I'll just wait. If you have a comment, go ahead and raise your hand when you're ready to speak. Okay. Any speakers to number 23? Okay, Stephanie?
So this was in the Delta group, and it was a big conversation, and the conversation started with the sentence on line 327, standards-based grading is a way of maintaining letter grades, but fundamentally shifting what they mean. So we were talking about deleting that sentence completely, and for the reasons being are listed kind of in comment 24. So it seems to be a confusing message that is being sent at the elementary level. When transitioning to standards-based grading, a lot of teachers were confused on how to do that. So they would do something along the lines of recording percentages of tests and assessments and work and so on and so forth, and then taking that percentage and trying to transition it to a standards-based grade. So for example, they might look at 85 to 100% is a 3, and 84 down to 75% is a 2. So there was a lot of confusion about that. So I think that statement right there would continue to add to that confusion if we left it in the framework.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this comment? Because there is a spot under there, it is further down. I think it's line 341 talks about that you may have to change them later. It does address it, but it's not the first sentence of that paragraph. And that was my group, so I just wanted to refer to that as well. Anyone else would like to speak? Okay, so if we could go ahead and vote then.
We have 9 yes and 9 I can live with it.
Consensus?
Okay, so that takes us to number 24. Stephanie?
So that went with the same conversation. And we were just talking about how to clarify how that is done, how the standards-based gradings occur. So we talked about, let's see here, about how the traditional system factors in things like the homework, attendance, participation used as part of a grading. And we were talking about the inequities that added into the grading system. And then we had also discussed an article that came out about San Diego Unified, how they are doing away completely with traditional grading because of the inequities. And they listed some data about different minorities in their school system that were receiving D's or F's. So in subgroups, ELs, 30% of them were receiving D's or F's. 25% were students with disabilities. And then looking down into ethnic groups, 23% of Native American students were failing, 23% of Hispanics were failing, and 20% of Black students were failing, as compared to only 7% of white students receiving those failing grades. So we thought it was really important to point out those inequities, and hopefully that would encourage local agencies to transition to the standards-based versus the traditional-based grades.
Thank you. Dr. Bowler?
Thank you. I was just going to ask if Stephanie could share that article, maybe put it in the chat stream.
The statistics?
The article that you said.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm not sure she'll be able to place it in the chat because the chat is locked. But Stephanie, I think maybe can you email it to the math framework email address, and then maybe if you could make sure you add in there that Dr. Bowler is asking for it.
Absolutely.
Because anything we share has to be public.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you, Lori.
Okay, any other comments around number two, or any other discussion of comment number 24? Seeing none, if we could go ahead and vote.
We have 17 yes and 1 I can live with it.
Consensus.
So that takes us down to comment number 25. Again, where it starts, the second paragraph is the actual paragraph from the public comment itself.
And this is Bernadette. As you could see, there are two other multiple comments about this paragraph from Californians Together, page 4, under chapter 11. And so we highly recommend for our writer teams to collaborate with Californians Together to be able to address some supports for our English learners specific to assessments.
Yes, and it is a coalition of partners that submitted. I believe it's 15 different organizations together with Californians Together.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else like to speak to this comment? Janet?
So just based on what Constantino said, do we want to keep it as Californians Together, or do we want something more broad than that group? Just a question for the group.
So Janet, that actually is from a letter. So if we probably could just include to say coalitions of educators such as Californians Together, CEEL, CEEL, and other county offices as well, that would encompass and value or as well as respect folks who have signed on to this particular letter. Thank you.
So I don't know if we can scroll down on the letter, maybe just if we could include those people. So all of those are people that signed on to that letter.
Yes.
And I think the introduction actually addresses by 15 California education advocacy and teacher organizations and county offices.
So I don't know how, is there any way that we could create a link to this letter in there so that they could see the people who are the groups that helped compose it? Or do we just want to add the list to this comment? Or I'm not sure on exactly how we should progress.
You can just say letter submitted by 15 California education advocacy and research organizations and county offices.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other conversations around this? All right, so if we could go ahead and vote.
We have 18 yes.
We have consensus.
Okay, so that is the final comment that I have. We still have a few moments. Does anyone have any additional comments for this chapter? I see no hands. So at this time, I'll turn it back over to Constantino.
Okay, thank you, Lori, and thank you, committee. Great work once again. Okay, it is almost 12:15, so we'll break for just a little over 45 minutes, and we will come back for our next activity right after lunch, a small group for Chapter 9, Supporting Equitable and Engaging Instruction, at 1 o'clock. Thank you, Director Coates. Please report to the small groups at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Have a good lunch.
Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. It is now 2:35, and so we will begin public comment at this time. Members of the public, you are encouraged to call in to the public comment line on the screen and follow the instructions once you are online to be placed in the queue. A reminder that we have a slight delay in the transmission, so we'll allow just a few seconds for that. Take attendance now. Okay, as we wait for the calls to come in, we will proceed with the roll call.
Adi Spiegler.
Here.
Nina Bradshaw.
Here.
Aaron Fraser.
Here.
Lori Firemouth.
Here.
Lori Fury.
Here.
Lindsay Gatfield.
Here.
Crystal Gomez.
Here.
Janet Hollister.
Here.
Lisa Hogerman.
Here.
Stephanie Holloway.
Here.
Andrew Huffaker.
Here.
Janie Kim.
Here.
Rebecca Pariso.
Here.
Christina Rubalcava.
Here.
Theodore Sagun.
Here.
Bernadette Salgarino.
Here.
Paul Sampson.
Here.
Diane Wilson.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Okay. Members of the public, a reminder, you will have 2 minutes for your comment, at which time you will hear the signal time, which means the end of your speaking time. As always, please follow the rules of decorum and respect. You may also submit your comments in writing to the Math Framework mailbox at the address shown on the screen. Okay, we are ready to begin.
Caller, you may begin.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Michael Watson. I'm the Vice President of Policy and Advocacy for New Classrooms, a nonprofit which exists in 16 states around the country. I just appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. I want to talk briefly about Chapter 12, Instructional Materials, which you're going to look at in a little bit. On lines 46 through 48, the terms instructional materials have been broadly defined to include textbook, technology-based materials, and other educational tools and assessment instruments. The definition, however, does not include the concept of innovative learning models, bundles of integrated tools, resources, systems, and pedagogical practices which schools can adopt in order to enable them to reliably shape individual learning experiences. So we ask that you look closely at innovative learning models and adding that to this model. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Well, my name is Jerry Lieberman. I'm the director of the State Education and Environment Roundtable. Talked to you several times before. I know you're about to go into Chapter 12, and I wanted to point out why I have been participating over the last several months, and I'd like to call to your attention the fact that the adoption criteria mentioned specifically in Chapter 12 identify as Category 1 that all programs must include, number 4, instructional materials include instructional content based on California's environmental principles and concepts, which were adopted by the State Board back in 2004. So I just wanted to call that to your attention and offer again to help the writers develop snapshots and vignettes and other relevant material that will help not only teachers but also the publishers understand where California would like them to aim when they're developing new materials. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Good afternoon, committee members, writers, and CDE staff members. My name is Rachel Ruffalo. I'm the Director of Educator Engagement with the Education Trust West. As I mentioned yesterday, Ed Trust West is one of 15 co-signers on the public letter comment that was submitted titled October 1920 Math CFCC Letter. Today, I wish to highlight just a few points from our letter based on chapters that are being reviewed today. In Chapter 9, we feel that the chapter is missing an opportunity to provide guidance and resources for engaging families and community organizations as essential partners in supporting equitable and engaging instruction. This is especially important in distance learning or hybrid learning models. Furthermore, including and engaging families and community members is an important aspect of centering and valuing the cultural and linguistic assets of California's diverse students and communities. Also, for Chapter 9, I would like to again point you to the resources included in A Pathway to Equitable Math Instruction at equitablemath.org. In particular, Stride 5, titled Sustaining Equitable Practice, provides coaching structures that support math educators in their ongoing centering of equity principles. These structures could help to enhance this chapter's guidance around coaching teachers. For Chapter 12, we recommend that this chapter be explicit that high-quality instructional materials must embed ELD strategies in the core materials and not simply in the appendix or supplementary materials. And lastly, also for Chapter 12, we urge the committee to encourage the development and submission of instructional materials in multiple languages. Again, thank you for your consideration of our comments. We're truly grateful for the committee members, CDE staff, and writers for their diligent work and commitment to equity. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin. There is no more public comment.
Okay, thank you. We are now ready to move on to our whole group discussion on Chapter 9, Supporting Equitable and Engaging Mathematics Instruction. And with that, I will turn it back over to our co-chairs.
Thank you. All right, we are going to have our Chapter 9 whole group discussion. And, whoops, there we go. You can see at the top there are 7 yellow highlighted comments. There was one that was red with a stripe through that was also withdrawn. And then there are 38 additional comments for us to consider. So we will start with comment number 3. And is there anyone who would like to speak to this one? Erin.
I think I had asked to have this highlighted because the specific place that it is talking about all teachers, not just teacher leaders. So I wasn't sure if this was the right line or what was going on there. So I guess I just wanted some clarification.
Thank you. And I think, there we go. Lori, go ahead.
This was my comment, and I think let me double check. I could have the line wrong. I think my whole, did I say line 139? Sorry, I'm trying to use only one screen and it's not working very well for me. Provides the supports and structures for these teacher leaders. Maybe I have the line wrong.
Yeah, that was just my only question, as it didn't seem to fit for the line you had there. So if it was something about teacher leaders, I think it's later, but I just
think
didn't
it
think
is.
it
Let me
fitted.
see. I'm looking at it should be line 158. I think it's just a typo. It should be line 158.
All right, so I'll give everybody a minute to look and see how they feel about it going there.
And I can tell you my rationale from this is, having worked in roles of teacher leaders or coaches or whatever, I feel that it's easy to pass out those names, but not to supply the supports and structures needed to make teacher leaders or coaches productive and impactful. So you'll notice several of my comments mention about that idea, but it is line 158. Thank you, Erin, for catching that.
Thank you. Anyone else with a comment? All right, let's please vote on comment number 3.
We have 17 yes.
Consensus.
And comment number 5. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this one? Janet.
So this is my comment. It's a little too structured, but it also got chopped up into 6 lines instead of, I think, 3. But really just providing some structure in this and really it's more of an organizational thing. Like, what are the characteristics of effective PD? How do you plan it? What are some samples? And what are the strategies? And that is one of these places that Lori is talking about, the structures for coaches. So I think that the bullet points of 1 through 6 should have only been 3, but they can be much more simplified to just, I just need some structure. I'm having a hard time going through all of these pages. So it's more of an organizational type of request.
Did you want to help fix it so that it's only 3 items instead of the 6 that are listed there?
So if you take out you could just strike through the 6, or let's do. Okay, so you could keep. So it's 1, characteristics of effective professional learning, and I think that that's already there. We just need to structure this in a way that is useful to the reader. Planning for effective professional learning, strategies and example. I think that 2, 3. So 2 and planning for effective. Okay, yeah, planning for effective professional learning, strategies and examples of effective professional learning. Strategies and examples of effective. Right. So I think you can get rid of the strategies there. And then whatever the delivery structures are, and that's where you have things like coaching and lesson study and these big things that are happening at the, sort of county level, but just some clarity around those different elements of the things that you have to go through if you're going to plan some PD. How how are we going to help administrators be able to do this? So something like that. If anybody else wants to jump in, I'm good.
And line 2 and 3, is that supposed to be all one?
I think those should be separated, but I don't think the delivery structure should be in number 4. I think she's saying there's 3 categories in the structure, but it's based on the science framework, but give these structures with a math-based lens. So it's not a separate category there.
All right.
And I think most of the stuff is there, but it's just organized in a way that it's hard to find, and maybe we'll find places where things are left out. So I think that if you look at the science one, you can see some things that might be helpful to add in.
And so what did you want me to do with delivery structures?
I think that can go with 3. So that's strange language to me, but it's strategies, examples, delivery structures. What are the things that you do? What are the characteristics, the what, the planning, and then how you do it?
All right. Thank you. And is there anyone else who had a comment on this one? All right, let's vote please on number 5.
Seven yes, 1 no, and 9 I can live with it.
Can you repeat the vote, Denise, please?
7 yes, 1 no, and 9 I can live with it.
We have consensus.
All right, and we will move on to number 10. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to this one? Aaron.
Our discussion in the group came up because there are some districts that observations is considered only the formal observation, and so we had suggested maybe changing it to informal observations because it's about frequent observations, so frequent informal observations rather than changing it with the synonym, because we want to stress the importance of administrators coming into the classrooms more than one time a year. I think Lindsay could probably expand on that.
Thank you. And anyone else? Lindsay, did you want to speak to this one?
I think Erin did a wonderful job. We were talking about in certain teacher unions, that as soon as you use the word observation, it's your formal observation for your evaluation. And we just didn't want to confuse that and have administrators read it as they could only see what's going on in a math lesson once a year during that formal observation and kind of get, muddy the water. And so that's why I had said something about a synonym, but I think even just informal observations implies that it's not your once a year formal observation type thing.
So at the end of the first line after with a synonym, would you want to also add something like or informal observation?
Yeah, that works. Or insert informal before observations. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. And anyone else wish to speak to this one? All right, then let's vote on number 10, please.
$15 yes, and 2 I can live with it.
Consensus.
All right, moving to item number 12. Lori, go ahead.
this was my comment. I looked it back up, and it's just a line that reads, the whole sentence, have access to mathematics instruction that is relevant to their lives, rich with connections. And I mean, I think I know what they meant, but connections to the real world, connections to the world around them, connections to other mathematical topics. I just think it would be helpful to have whatever the writer's intention with the word connections to, that was my meaning there. Connections to, what are we connecting with, to other math topics, to previous learnings. So I think I just wanted more clarification there.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, let's vote please on number 12.
Yes, 5, I can live with it.
Consensus?
And line 14 is what we were talking about before in comment 10. It's just on a different line. So the first one we were looking at was line 133, and this is to add informal before observation on line 135. And Lindsay, go ahead.
So this actually goes with number 11, which was, so we had talked about number 10, but number 11, because it says a short walkthrough observation in a classroom typically scheduled once a year. And so I felt like that wasn't quite syncing up. A short walkthrough observation you could do all the time. It's not typically scheduled once a year to do that walkthrough. So I wanted to kind of separate that out, but I feel like that was already taken care of with number 11. And we actually highlighted number 14 just because I wasn't sure. If you don't mind scrolling down to number 14, we didn't know if this comment meant, say, short walkthrough informal observation. We just felt like that was getting really lengthy. And I shouldn't say we, I'm only going to speak for myself. I felt like that was getting really lengthy in how we're saying those terms, but I also think that number 11 kind of took care of this, and that the writers will be clear in what they meant by that.
Thank you. Lori.
I'm happy to withdraw because I saw the same thing you guys saw when I saw the word observation, and I just wanted to emphasize that a walkthrough observation should be considered informal, but I'm fine withdrawing it given your comment above.
All right, is there any objection to comment 14 being withdrawn? All right, I see no objection. So we will move to comment 20. And anyone to speak to this one? Erin.
So we had highlighted this one just because the specific positioning in the line 342 vignette, we don't know if that is appropriate within the specific vignette that's given, because that vignette was about the Tulare and U-Cubed, Tulare County and U-Cubed collaboration. And so it was a specific study where they were working on mindset within the classroom. So I don't think that we didn't think it was very appropriate for that specific vignette regarding supports for ELs and students. So we did put in the tier 4 more about vignettes that specifically highlight supports for EL and students with disabilities. We just don't think it's with this particular vignette that it necessarily may be able to come out.
Thank you. And we'll go to Dr. Bowler.
Yeah, thanks for that, Erin. I would say that doing this work with Tulare, a large number of their students are language learners, but we didn't use any of the particular recommendations around language learners. What we worked on is having all teachers know that all students can learn, and equity, and so lots and lots of things that I think are extremely important for language learners. They're just not, I don't think, the strategies that are being asked for here. So, I mean, we can talk about how the work, I mean, one of the outcomes of this particular PD was their language learners significantly increased their achievement. And the language learners did that more than any other students in the study. So, I mean, I think this, when you do work around equity and mindset, of course, it's very particularly helpful probably for language learners, but I'm not so we could say more about that if that's helpful. I'm not sure it's what's being asked for, though.
Thank you. Lena.
Yeah, I had actually written this comment, and I know that the vignette may not be able to be changed, but I felt like whether it's in this vignette, Erin, I don't know what comment you said there was one added later, but I would like to see something specifically in regards to EL students and students with disabilities. I do see in the vignette, the follow-up in terms of the writing, it talks about, achievement of girls, English learners, economically disadvantaged students, but I'd also like to see, if not here in terms of just this particular vignette, maybe something else added short in regards specifically to EL learners and students with disabilities. So, I mean, I'm happy to withdraw the comment. Let me see if I can find the other.
Well, now I'm trying to find the other one that I thought we wrote, but I don't think there's anything specific about a vignette that highlights supports for ELs and students with disabilities, so maybe that needs to be reworded then. So if we take off the line 342, just add vignettes that...
Add a vignette instead of line 342, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and take off line. Yeah, perfect.
All right, and I see 3 hands up. So with the changes made to it, Stephanie, did you still want to speak to this?
Well, yes. In the vignette that is there, is it possible that we can add in what Dr. Buller said, like maybe speak of their EL population in Tulare County, and talk to the result of the PD and how the EL learners significantly did improve. So maybe something could be added into there in addition to adding a vignette like is now being suggested in comment 20.
All right, and let's see, Stephanie, do you want to add that there, or do you want to do it as an additional comment down below?
I think it would work being as one. Add a vignette with more detail regarding supports for ELs and students with disabilities, in addition to discussing results of Tulare County PD for EL students.
Thank you. And Erin?
So just piggybacking off what Stephanie said, so I think that down around lines 370, 374 is where it does bring up that it raised the achievement of girls, English learners, and economically disadvantaged students, so maybe some more detail about that. But then I also think comment 23 actually also delves into this a little bit more with a little bit more detail on this particular PD. And that one is already going through.
Great, thank you. All right, any additional comments? Okay, let's vote on number 20, please.
Yes, 3, I can live with it.
Consensus.
Comment number 24 is our next one. And is there anyone who'd like to speak to this one? Cole, go ahead.
So I just felt like this, so while the information's good, I just didn't know if it belonged right here. Maybe at the end of this section might be a better place for it. It just felt a little choppy as I was reading it through.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nicole, did you maybe want to amend it so rather than just a question?
Yeah, sure. Just maybe moving it to the end of this. So I guess it would be maybe at the, like 288 or whatever. That might be a good place to put it. I just think maybe at the end of this chunk. I think it belongs here and it's great info. I just felt like it was a little choppy where it was dropped in.
Thank you. And anyone else? All right, let's vote on number 24, please.
We have 11 yes and 6 I can live with it.
Consensus.
And now we will move on to the additional comments. So these are new to most of us. I guess if they were made in your group, they're not new to you, but I will give you just a few seconds to find the spot in the chapter where they are. And item 25, Lindsay, go ahead.
Just to clarify, it's insert a table or other visual with 7 elements.
Thank you. And is there anything else you wanted to say about that one?
I just felt like this would be a table that people who provide professional development would refer back to often. And so having it just kind of broke up the text a little bit. I like having the paragraphs and things like that, but I think to just have a quick table as a reminder of the different elements that we want to include in planning professional development was important to kind of have that view of it as well.
Thank you. And anyone else? Let's vote, please, on number 25.
$16 yes, 1 I can live with it.
Consensus.
Comment 26. Erin. Oops, I thought I saw your hand.
You did. So that was, this was kind of in response. We had highlighted 24 originally about the California Math Project, which we did feel like it belongs in this section because it's quality professional development, but we wanted to say that there should be some other professional development resources that are widely known and important, like the resources from the county offices. There's some fabulous stuff for them, maybe possibly Silicon Valley or some of the other, something that's nonprofit though. I don't think Silicon Valley is for profit, but the Dana Center, maybe some of those are included just because we only have the one that's kind of expanded upon.
Thank you. Any other comments on number 26? All right, please vote on 26.
$17 yes.
Consensus.
Comment 27. Erin.
This came out of Bruce Gripp's comments, basically in that line where it's talking about types of professional development. It was like in a bulleted list, just to add on their quality conferences, that there's the resources set aside to include quality conferences for teachers of mathematics. So like the CMC conferences, NCTM, NCSM, the QMath, those are all things that we don't want districts to ignore getting teachers involved in.
Thank you. Anyone else? Great. Please vote on number 27.
$16 yes, 1 I can live with it.
Consensus.
Comment 28. Anyone speaking to this one? Jamie.
So this is my comment, and I just feel that teachers they have a hard time with feedback or reflection. So it says facilitating reflection and feedback. So I think it'd be helpful to know what it would sound like and what it would feel like to have one. So just expanding a little bit more and providing examples.
Thank you. Anyone else have a comment on 28? Okay, please vote now on number 20. Oh, sorry, Stephanie, go ahead.
I was just thinking that might be a good place for a quick snapshot of what that might look like, since she's saying elaborate on what it might sound like. So like a quick snapshot. I don't know if we can amend the comment.
Are you okay with amending the comment?
I'm fine with anything. I kept it open so the writers can figure out how to elaborate on it, whether it's a snapshot or. But I would like to. I think teachers would benefit from hearing the conversations around it. So thank you.
Great, thank you. And let's vote on 28, please.
Yes.
Consensus.
And on to comment 29. Lori, go ahead.
I've just been kind of noting that apparently great minds do think alike, because if you scroll down to comment 42, in our group, we also discussed this, and Bernadette gave some resources as well. She did not give the science framework, so I didn't know how we wanted to do this, but maybe if we wanted to just take the piece from 29 about the science framework and add it to 42. I don't know if Crystal would be and Bernadette would be okay with that, and then it would be one big comment with that's compact. It contains all the information for the writers.
All right. Crystal, are you okay with moving it to the science framework part to comment 42?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
And Bernadette has stepped away. She had another commitment for the last 2 hours of the day, so she's not available at this time.
Okay, thank you. So a little bit of guidance then. Are we striking out comment 29 or making a note that it's being combined with comment 42?
If the committee feels that that's what they want to do, that would be fine.
Okay.
I would say it's Crystal's decision since it's her comment.
Either works with me.
Okay, thank you. There we go. And so we will get to that one in a few minutes. Comment 30. Looks like there were two people who wanted to speak to this one. Erin, go ahead.
So we didn't get it very succinctly. We were having some issues with wordsmithing, but I know that there was a couple other groups that did say something about this. So there were two different public comment letters, the CEEL statement and also the Math CFCC letter final. Those both had this. So it was providing specific professional development guidance to the needs of English learners and asset-based approaches. And then specifically, so we had tried to include some of the language from those because we were having a really hard time wordsmithing it.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I believe there's a comment from Beta Group that is it's contained in part of this. Any other comments? All right, let's vote on number 30, please.
Yes, 2 I can live with it.
Consensus.
And comment 31. Anyone speaking to this one? Erin, go ahead.
I think 31 and 36 are repeats of each other, so I can withdraw this one. If we have 36, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Anyone object to this one being withdrawn?
I think we just need to put on 36 stride 5 in particular.
All right, so we'll add stride 5 to comment 36. And we're on comment 32. Janie, go ahead.
So this is my comment. I think it goes back to, it's similar to number 20 comment. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a PD. It's just somewhere where we could provide strategies or support for teachers who teach students with disabilities. So whatever that'll kind of look like. So it's kind of similar to number 33 as well. I think they could be combined.
I'm sorry, what was that last part you just said? I didn't.
Yeah, I think it could be combined or some, I don't know, there's something around supporting teachers who teach students with disability. So whether it's PDs or other supports.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would you like to maybe withdraw comment 32 and in comment 33, maybe amend it to say include professional development or other support?
Yes, that sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone object to number 32 being withdrawn? I see no hands, so, Erin, go ahead.
I thought we had decided those were two different things because the first 32 is it's specific development for teachers working with students with disabilities, and 33 was specific to other adults within the classroom. So co-teachers, special education teachers who are providing mathematics instruction within the mathematics classroom, and paraprofessionals that are supporting. And I think that's why we put it as two separate ones.
I guess for me, I wasn't necessarily saying this, it's only for teachers. I wasn't trying to be exclusive. I was just trying to include a component of people who are like educators who are supporting students with disabilities. So I'm fine with separating it, or I'm fine with combining it. I just wanted a component with that in it.
All right. So, Lindsay, go ahead.
I think we kept going back and forth with these two in their group, and I kept getting a little bit losing clarity of the difference, but I think that they're both really important regardless of which way. So I almost feel like we should keep them separate just to make sure we cover all of our bases, and with whether it is special education teachers, paraprofessionals, whoever it is that are supporting in the math classroom, or math teachers who have students with disabilities. Either way, all of our bases are covered. Everyone needs PD for helping support those kiddos.
All right, so we will keep them as two separate comments. So we're on comment 32. And anyone else to speak to that one? All right, let's vote on 32, please.
Yes, 1 no, 2 I can live with it.
Consensus.
Great. Comment 33. Any additional comments on this one? And let's vote on 33, please.
Yes, 1 I can live with it.
Consensus.
And that was the end of alpha group. So beta group, comment 34. Christina.
So 34 and 35 are pretty similar, so I can just speak once. I was just thinking in the administrator section, it might be nice to include at least references to NCTM math teaching practices or principles to actions. And then for 35, catalyzing change. That might be some useful information for administrators when they're thinking about policies or systems that could support equitable math learning for all. And I just thought it would be nice to include those references here so that administrators have some tools to help them do that.
Any other comments on 34? So let's vote on 34, please.
16 yes, 1 I can live with it.
Consensus.
And comment 35. Christina.
I'd just like to add in the comment for catalyzing change, it's by NCTM as well, just so it's more clear.
Great. And I did have a question on that one because I know the original catalyzing change was regarding high school mathematics. And I know the middle school one is coming out or has already been published. I'm not sure. So did you want to specify both of them or just one of them?
I know they have an elementary version as well. So they've done it for all the grade bands. So I just
great.
That we could even mention that they've done that for the different grade spans.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? Let's vote on 35, please.
$17 yes.
Consensus.
And comment 36. That one was mine, and that was mainly to point the writers to the letter that's referenced there. Oops. And are there any other comments on that one? Great, let's vote on 36, please.
$17 yes.
Consensus.
Comment 37. Lori Fury.
In reading one of the letters from the public, it became apparent that there's a space around line 267 where we can include how PLCs can reflect on the culture and background of students.
Thank you. Any other comments on this one? Stephanie.
We had the same comment in line 52 as well. I don't know if we want to strike one of them out. It's the same thing.
All right. 52 does not say who it was from. Does anybody remember?
It was grip.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Are we okay with striking number 52 and voting on one we're on? I lost track of the numbers. 37. Is there any objection to that? All right. So we will strike number 52. And any other comments on 37? Then let's vote on 37, please.
$15 yes, 2 I can live with it.
Consensus.
And comment 38. Lori Freeman.
Comment number 54 is the same. So, and that is from our group, actually from me. So I'm willing to strike number 54 since it's a repeat of 38.
Thank you. Any objection to striking number 54? There's no objection. So we will go back to comment 38. Any additional comments on this one? And let's vote on 38, please.
We're waiting on one vote from Rebecca. 16 yes, 1 I can live with it.
Consensus.
All right. Comment 39. Christina.
So after our presentation yesterday, I thought it might be nice to include what we learned about culturally sustaining pedagogy when thinking about professional learning. So that's why I put where appropriate, just kind of where that fits. But I thought it would be nice to include.
Thank you. Could we maybe clarify it by saying featured on meeting 5, day 1? Any additional comments? And vote on 39, please.
$16 yes, 1 I can live with it.
Consensus.
Comment 40. And this is from Delta Group. Is there anyone who wants to speak to this one? Cool.
So then the comment is calling for it to be listed out as just like a list of practices with a URL. I actually feel pretty strongly that the rubric should remain intact inside this chapter. And just because it provides a really good guide, especially for administrators, that they're going to be doing these informal walkthroughs, or teachers could be doing self-assessment, it's really clear and evident where it might get lost if they have to go to a URL and it not be inside the chapter.
Thank you. Anyone else? Lena and then Lindsay.
Yeah, I was just thinking in terms of, in terms of the length and the focus, going to the URL would have more information for administrators and teachers. So just in terms of if space is going to be a consideration at some point, then I would rather save the real estate to add another vignette and just leave the URL. And since it would be attached to maybe the vignette that specifically talks about growth mindset.
Thank you. Lindsay.
I just felt like we already had it was comment 19. Isn't that talking about the same thing, or is that different? And we already, it was modified. Okay, so our group had said no to it, so I thought it was just no. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any additional comments? Okay, let's vote on number 40, please.
$15 no, 2 I can live with it.
Do not have consensus to move it forward.
Comment 41. And anyone speaking to this one? Stephanie.
So that was my comment, and I believe Christina and I are referring to the same thing, her comment 34. Christina, can you verify if that's exactly what you're talking about?
Yeah, that is.
So she recommends in the administrator section, Dr. Ford helped us kind of come up with going in this section here. I'm okay with either way. I just think it needs to be in this section, in the this chapter somewhere. So I'm okay with striking so we don't confuse the readers because it's already addressed in comment 34.
And then if I don't know if we would have to go back and vote on this, but I would be okay at saying at writer's discretion since you've had that conversation as well.
Okay, in comment 34?
34.
All right, so comment 41, you're willing to strike, correct?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I don't know if we add up the reference because I don't think Christina had the reference there because I do have the specific page number. So I don't know if you want to add that principles to action page 10 in the 2014 version, just so the writers know exactly where we're coming from.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Or we could keep this and say refer to comment 34, or however is easiest for the writers in the process.
All right. I'm thinking we'll leave 41 and vote on it, but I'm open to being convinced otherwise.
Do you want me to say link to comment 34 with 41? Or
see comment 34, would that work? I see Christina nodding her head. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments on 41? All right, let's vote on this one, please.
$16 yes, 1 I can live with it.
Consensus.
All right, and comment 42, I'm looking to see if it needs to be voted on in sections or if we're okay to do the whole thing. I'm thinking it's okay to do the whole thing at once. And are there any comments on this one? Lori?
Just a reminder to the group that this is the comment we blended number 29 into.
Correct. Thank you. And any other comments on this one? All right, let's vote on 42, please.
17 yes.
Consensus.
Okay, comment 43, to include resources listed there. Lori Frameth.
This is from Bernadette. I believe I looked in the places. It's just the list of resources, so she's just asking for these extra resources to be included in the list.
Thank you. Any other comments for this one? Okay, let's vote on 43, please.
$10 yes. 6 I can live with it. 7 I can. 9 yes. 8 I can live with it.
Consensus.
Comment 44, include paraeducators. Anyone want to comment on this one? I see no comments. And vote, please, for on 44.
$17 yes.
Consensus.
Comment 45. Lori Frameth.
Actually, I'm going to respectfully withdraw 45 and 46 as they were addressed earlier.
Thank you. I'm
number
glad you said that.
26 and 27.
Yep. Great. Thank you. I thought they were. I just couldn't find the numbers. All right. Any objection to 45 and 46 being withdrawn? All right. Comment number 47. Anyone speaking to this? Aaron.
This was already passed in 38.
Right, where we opted growth instead of change, correct? And Lori?
I agree, but I also liked that this, and this is from Bruce Grip's comments as well, that he also put in the words, not just growth, but improve, refine, develop, expand, that maybe we can, there's all those synonyms that we could use. It's a long day, that we could use in there as well. So I was just, that's why I didn't withdraw this one over the growth, is just that he has those extra words, alike words, easier to say. So that's why I didn't withdraw this one.
Thank you. And Christina?
Could we do something similar to what Stephanie and I did say, like C comment, so that they're linked?
All right. And I've forgotten the number now. Does somebody have the number? Aaron?
It was 38.
38. There it is. Yes, thank you. All right. And Aaron, did you have your hand up again, or is that from before? Got it. Thank you. Right. Any additional comments on 47? Okay, let's vote on this one, please.
$17 yes.
Consensus.
And comment 48. Anyone speaking to this one? All right, let's vote please on 48.
$17 yes.
Consensus.
Comment 49. Any comments on this one? Okay, please vote on 49.
$11 yes, 6 I can live with it.
Consensus.
And comment 50. Anyone want to speak to this one? All right, let's vote please on number 50.
$15 yes, 2 I can live with it.
Consensus.
Comment 51. Anyone speaking to this one? And let's vote on 51, please.
$12 yes, 5 I can live with it.
Consensus.
And comment 53. Anyone speaking to this one? Let's vote please on 53.
$15 yes, 2 I can live with it.
Consensus.
And comment 55. Anyone speaking to this one? Let's vote please on 55.
$3 yes, 4 no, and 10 I can live with it.
Do not have consensus to move it forward.
Comment 56. Anyone want to comment on this one? And let's vote please on 56.
Two yes, 1 no, and 14 I can live with it.
Do not have consensus.
Comment 57. Is there anyone who would like to comment on this one? And let's vote on 57, please.
Ten yes, one no, and 6 I can live with it.
Consensus to move it forward.
And we're on comment 58. Anyone like to speak to this one? And let's vote on 58, please.
$13 yes, 4 I can live with it.
Consensus.
And we're on comment 59. Whoops, there we go. Anyone have a comment on this one? And let's vote on 59, please.
Four yes, no, and 11 I can live with it.
We do not have consensus to move it forward.
Comment 60. Anyone like to speak to this one? And let's vote on number 60, please. Oh, sorry, Lindsay, I see your hand now, sorry.
Well, just a clarifying question. Are these... Oh, never mind. They're all the models. That just seems like it's maybe not a model. Like it should be there. It's important, but I don't know how to word it so that it would be a model for effective professional development. So it's just that it highlights it within, because these are talking about like coaching and different things like that.
Let's see, maybe Christina has a suggestion. Go ahead, Christina.
So I've seen the second bullet point in that section where it says implementation of and in alignment with the guidelines for UDL. Maybe we could make a statement similar to that with ELD standards. So that way it fits in with the language that's in that section.
So could we add then, your suggestion would be to add similar to the second bullet?
Yes.
Thank you. And any other comments? There was another hand. Lindsay, go ahead.
So is that intention, though, of the implementation of an alignment with the guidelines of universal design for learning, is that saying bringing UDL to PDs? The guidelines when planning a PD, you're using UDL? Because that's how I take it, because everything else is how we would plan a PD versus that being for PD for UDL for students. I don't know if there's a writer that could clarify the intention of that, but being a model for effective PD, I would think would be using UDL in our PD practices.
Cole, and then we'll see if maybe there's a writer who wants to respond to the question.
So I suggested this comment in our focus group, but I hear exactly what Lindsay is saying, and I don't think it belongs here. Now that I'm hearing that, what I was trying to get at was just giving guidance to people that are giving professional development and making sure that everything we do, we bring those elements of UDL, like our ELDs, like into that focus. But you're right, it doesn't belong here. So I moved to strike that.
All right, thank you. Is there any objection to striking this one? I see no hands. And let's see, I lost track of who was talking, but I think it was Lindsay. Did you want to maybe add one additional comment because you questioned whether the second bullet really belonged in there?
No, I was saying that the second was in there because that's how we should plan our PDs with a UDL model versus implementing it for students. Yeah, I think it's great there.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so we are on comment 61. Anyone wish to speak to this one? Cool.
So I think this might do a better job of capturing our group's thinking about providing some supports and thinking. This is one that we pulled out of public comment. It's ELA focused. We're hoping that maybe the writers can help kind of morph this into more of a math focused type, but giving some really clear guidance on how we can bring some elements of that of the ELD standards into the work that we're doing.
Thank you. Any other comments on 61? Then let's vote on comment 61, please.
$11 yes, 6 I can live with it.
Consensus.
And comment 62, anyone wish to speak to this one? Stephanie, go ahead.
So that was my comment, and I pulled from Principles to Actions. It talked about what effective professional development programs should promote, and there are 4 bullet points in Principles to Action. And it looks like everything was very well covered, but I didn't see much in the current chapter that talks about the teacher's capacity to notice and analyze and respond to student thinking. So I thought that in the section models and modeling would be a good place to add that, because they do talk about on line 263, teachers may view models that include lesson plans, unit plans, sample student work, observations of peer teachers, and it kind of breezes over the samples of student work. I think it would be important for teachers to learn in their PDs how to use student work to plan their instruction.
Thank you. Anyone else? And let's vote on number 62, please.
Last one.
Yeah.
16 yes, 1 I can live with it.
Consensus.
All right, that is the end of the additional comments. Nicely done. And I will turn it back over to the CDE.
Yes, nicely done. Thank you, Diane. Thank you, committee members. Okay, it is time for our next break. We were originally scheduled to break just a few minutes. We're just a few minutes ahead, so why don't we break now and come back at 4 o'clock for our final discussion on Chapter 12, Instructional Materials. See you at 4.
Welcome back from break, everyone. Since we had a break, we're just going to do a very quick roll call.
Heidi Spiegler.
Here.
Ina Bradshaw.
Here.
Aaron Fraser.
Here.
Lori Firemuth.
Here.
Lori Fury.
Here.
Lindsay Gatfield.
Here.
Crystal Gomez.
Here.
Janet Hollister.
Here.
Lisa Hogerman.
Here.
Stephanie Holloway. Stephanie Holloway. Andrew Heffaker.
Here.
Janie Kim,
Here.
Rebecca Pariso,
Here.
Christina Rubalcava,
Here.
Theodore Sagun, Cole Sampson,
Here.
Diane Wilson,
Here.
Stephanie Holloway, Theodore Sagun. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Well, thank you, everyone. You are doing an awesome job, and you're almost there. This is our final stretch. So we are going to do Chapter 12, Instructional Materials, whole group first read, and to assist us with the facilitation of that will be Cliff Rudnick. He's our administrator of the Instructional Resources Unit.
Thank you, Director Coates. And I want to say thank you to the committee for sticking with this all day long and getting us to this point, and also to for providing feedback to this chapter prior to the meeting. I'm happy to facilitate this section and give our wonderful co-chairs a break, a well-needed break. I wanted to take a minute before we actually got started and talk about the purpose and role of this chapter and what it plays in the curriculum framework. So most of the framework, I'm sorry, my mask is slipping all over the place. Let me give it that a second to try and fix it. Tighten that up. Thank you. So the role of the framework in general is to support teachers and administrators and provide guidance on implementing the standards and instruction around those standards. This particular chapter is intended to support the publishers or developers of instructional materials. So those publishers and developers, they may choose to participate in the State Board of Education adoption of instructional materials. It happens on an 8-year cycle. And the criteria in this chapter help them develop those programs and also help the appointed reviewers, who are, a lot of you may apply to be reviewers of instructional materials in 2023, please. And it helps you to understand how you're going to go through those materials and conduct your review and later your deliberations about those instructional programs. The categories of the chapter are consistent across all of the content area frameworks, so that the publishers are very familiar with them. They've been using them for years in those particular order and those particular titles. In addition to supporting the publishers, there's also some pieces at the end that provide guidance for local districts on adopting their materials for grades 9-12. Now in mathematics, you can have obviously Algebra 1 and Mathematics 1 at both in a K-8 program as well as a secondary 9-12 program. So there's also some discussion of social content is what we call it, making sure that they're appropriate for the students, as well as the supplemental instructional materials piece, and we'll talk about that in a second, and the requirements that for accessible instructional materials so that all students have access to content. So in your guidelines that were adopted by the State Board for the development of the framework, I'm going to play with this mask again, sorry. I don't know why it's not staying up. Anyhow, it was section 6 in your guidelines that talked about instructional materials. I want to go through them quickly, but also note where in the current draft of this chapter within the criteria those are addressed. So the first guideline is outline that the revision shall outline instructional materials alignment to the state adopted mathematics standards at each grade level or span and current research in mathematics instruction. Those are addressed in criteria 1.1 and 1.2, which are alignment to the standards and alignment to the guidance of the framework or consistency with the framework. They must stipulate the requirements for instructional materials consistency with the framework. Again, that's criterion 1.2. Provide suggestions for instructional support for students who are English learners at Promise, advanced learners, and students with disabilities. Those are all over the place in category 4, criteria 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, etc. Request that publishers of instructional materials provide assessment practices such as entry-level, diagnostic, and formative assessments, interim, skill-based, and summative, at each level necessary to prepare all students for success in higher mathematics. That's all the criteria in Category 3, assessment. Include images that are age-appropriate and depict the diversity of California students and be affirmatively inclusive. Those are where the social content standards and guidelines come into play. And stipulate that the standards being taught must be clearly displayed in the teacher materials. That's criterion 2.8. Detail such provision for instructional materials and make suggestions of pacing or scope and sequence of instruction. That is criterion 5.2, and actually it's category 1 in general. Clarify suggestions for instructional materials and the provision of differentiated instruction in the teacher materials. It's criterion 4.2 currently. And finally, outline ways instructional resources must show connections to state-adopted standards in other subjects in the teacher material and provide examples of interdisciplinary instruction. That is criterion 2.4 currently. So now let's talk about how this chapter gets used by the publishers. So the criteria used by the publishers as they develop the programs that they're considering submission to the state board, and they are also used by the reviewers, as I mentioned, to verify that the criteria have been met during the state's review process. It's important to note that the criteria are quantitative and can be verified by evidence in the materials, such as standard X.X is covered on page 321 of the student edition. Examples of guidance for supporting students with disabilities is on pages 63 and 94, etc. in the teacher's edition. Examples of formative assessments are on pages whatever in the assessment handbook. Qualitative terms such as engaging, effective, exemplary are subjective and better suited for the local adoption process. So that's something important to remember. This is the first step in a materials adoption, the state review. If a district chooses to review materials that are on the state list, they would review them for qualitative things as well as alignment to the needs of their specific student population and community population. Okay? That's really what how the chapter's used. And so before I move on, I just wanted to ask, are there any questions about the chapter and its purpose? And somebody should tell me if someone raises a hand because I can't see anything. Also, I need to bring up the other piece. No hands? Okay. Nope, let me move that out of Costa's way. Excuse me. All right. So we're going to go through this a little differently than you've gone through some of the other chapters yesterday and today. I'm going to grab water. Sorry about that. My voice is shaky today. So we requested feedback and recommendations from you on this chapter in the following areas. Criteria recommendations. Do the criteria noted apply to mathematics instruction? What other criteria not reflected do you feel should be considered for a state level adoption? Are there any additional statutes that pertain to mathematics that are not reflected in the criteria? And any other questions or additions that you might have had. The consensus document reflects your submissions, but it's been restructured by section of the chapter. So section 1 is the introduction to the chapter, which is really just 2 paragraphs. Section 2 is the section on focus, coherence, and rigor. Section 3 was the introduction to the criteria, which takes you all the way down to category 1, which would be section 4. And then, of course, section 5 would be category 2. Section 6 would be category 3. Section 7 is category 4. Section 8 is category 5. Those are the 5 criteria categories. I'm going to pause there because I want to note that during your whole group discussions on chapters 2 and 5 yesterday, I think it was 2 and 5, was it not? There were 2 comments, one from each, that were comments related to adding criteria to the instructional materials chapter. And when I get to category 5, I'll address those 2 comments. So I wanted you to know that even though they're not listed on the comments that are going to be rolling in front of you, I do have them on my paper and in my head. Excuse me, so sorry. So we're going to use the same process that you were using with your co-chairs as you went through the comments. And so you remember we're going to vote, and of course raise your hand if you want to offer some discussion of a particular comment. So are we ready to move forward? Again, I can't see anybody, so someone's got to tell me if we're ready to move forward. We're all good? Okay, I believe Richard, the wonderful Richard, is taking notes, but I will scroll. So there were no comments to the introduction to the chapter at the moment, but we can come back to it, and no comments to the focus, coherence, and rigor. There was a comment, and I want to address this comment. So this was discussed, hopefully you can see that. So that comment was actually discussed during the discussion earlier today, your whole group discussion related to the glossary, chapter 13. There are a couple things I want to note before we have a conversation about this particular comment. One is there's a difference between mastery of standards and mastery or understanding of program content as presented in an instructional program. It may have a different, they don't all have the same scope and sequence, and there may be different ways to address that. The second thing I want to note is this comment refers to the Math Placement Act and how it's interpreted. So I thought it would be important for the committee to actually know what is said in the Math Placement Act specifically, and rather than look it up, each of you, I've looked it up and written it out for you. So the Math Placement Act says that while planning for or establishing local policy for math placement, that the local education agency systematically takes multiple objective academic measures of pupil performance into consideration. Then it goes on to define, for purposes of this paragraph, objective academic measures means measures such as statewide mathematics assessments, including interim and summative assessments authorized pursuant to the law about placement tests, and that are aligned to state-adopted content standards in mathematics, and classroom assignments and grades and report cards. So that's Education Code 51224-7B1. So with that said, are there any comments that folks want to make about the first comment there? No hands? Okay, then I guess you are ready to vote on that particular item. So if you would like that to move forward to the writer, you would say yes. If you would not, you would say no, or if you could live with it, you could live with it. So go ahead and vote, and Richard, you should be blocking that so you can highlight it. Where's Zoom? You. No, I'm saying on the thing, where is it? I don't see Zoom. Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm being told that I did not follow the appropriate procedures, which is okay. It's the first time I've done this. So it's my understanding that what happens now that I've explained the chapter is that I provide some time for you to go through and read all the comments that have been submitted and decide ahead of time how you want to think about it, and we'll come back. So how about 5 minutes? There's not a lot, so about 5 minutes we'll come back. Thank you. Oh, and go ahead and give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on now. So thank you for taking the time to do that. It also gave me time to, of course, get a mask that I hope stays in place, as well as get informed on the proper procedures that I should be following. So the first order of business is to ask if anyone has any of these comments. Since there's so few, we're not going to go, they're not in tiers. So if anyone has any of these comments they would like marked red or not sent to the writer, go ahead and raise your hand and we can talk about those. Seeing none, how about yellow? Are there any of these that you would like to have discussed today? Rebecca, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm just a little concerned about comment 3, and actually comment 3 and 4 are very similar, so I don't know if we need to work on combining this together.
Is there anybody else who would like to say anything about 3 and 4 before we highlight them yellow? Okay. Are we voting to highlight them yellow? All right, so we're just going to keep highlighting. So go ahead and highlight those yellow, Richard, please, 3 and 4. Are there any other comments that people would like highlighted yellow so that we might discuss them today? Erin?
I'm curious on 5 and 8 if that's overlapping into category 5. I know category 5 is looking for strengths in certain areas, but that's where rubric and assessment, or where the keys are listed. So I don't know if that overlaps, if those, because both of those are very similar, 5 and 8. Is
there anyone else that would like to comment on those two comments? Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and highlight both of those yellow. Highlight 5 and highlight 8, and we will come back to discuss them. Are there any other comments that someone would like to highlight yellow so that we might discuss them? Okay, and that means the others move forward, does it not? Okay. All right, fantastic. All right, so if we might, let's go back to 3 and 4, which are related. But let's start with comment 3. Is there someone who would like to discuss that comment? Janet, go ahead.
So 3 is my comment. I probably was way too specific in there, but I just was concerned, like in 4, are we really supposed to have 180 days of instruction so that there's lessons there? I just wanted some clarity around that 198, which I can go back and look at what it says. Instructional materials shall include content for at least 180 days of instruction for each grade. So I just would like some clarity on what that looks like.
Okay. So I'm not part of your discussion, but I can serve as a resource for why those things exist. The statute for the local control funding formula specifically states that there has to be a minimum of 180 days of instruction. That doesn't mean for each content area, I understand that. But it says that there has to be 180 days of instruction. So we set them, the state board, not we, Cliff. The State Board of Education set the guideline that any instructional materials submitted for adoption have to have content to support at least that number, because it's in the law for the local control funding formula. So we obviously need to provide districts the availability of doing so that we're not, if they do not have enough for 180 days of instruction and do not have 180 days of instruction, that they say because the state adopted materials did not support 180 days of instruction. But that's the clarity around why that's in the criteria.
So I just then withdraw my comment. I withdraw comment 3.
Is there anybody opposed to Janet withdrawing her comment? Oh, Erin?
I was just going to say, because this is a big concern, both of the fact that both of these came up. Could it be worded as such, not so that it's 180 days of instruction, but that instruction including assessment activities and reflection activities, so that it's not specific instruction days? I think that's where the issue is.
Lori?
I agree with what Erin said. That mine is number 4, and that's why I asked if it included assessment time, because if I have 108, because the pressure just comes on. Anyone that teaches high school know, like on our district pacing guide, I have 1 day to teach factoring trinomials because of the 180-day issue, which obviously is an impossibility in its own right. So that's why I was asking. I think what Erin said is great. Days of instruction to include various forms of activities and assessments to make up the 180 days or something like that.
Diane, and then I'll have a question for the group.
I'm wondering if the language, instead of 180 days, could be changed to something like a full school year, because we have middle schools that teach on a block schedule, so they don't have 180 days. They have between 85 and 95, depending on the length of each term.
Oh, I see what you're saying, as opposed to 180 consecutive days of instruction.
Well,
that's up to the committee if they want to propose that, a language. That was my question. If the committee would like to propose a language change to the criterion, they are more than welcome to do so. And if it violates some aspect of education code or something that I know of, I'll mention that. But as far as I know, the wording to cover the full school year would probably be fine if that's what the committee wants to do.
And maybe not even the full school year, but something like a full, I don't even know how to word it, but like course equivalent, because it truly is that students learn the entire course in half the year. And then they go on to a different course for the other half of the year because they have 90-minute periods rather than 55 or 60-minute periods. So they really are teaching an entire course in what is the chronological equivalent of one semester.
In a block schedule. Stephanie?
Yeah, so I actually have a couple of concerns with the 180 days. So I think we all are familiar with the saying of Phil Darrow to teach at the speed of learning. I think a good quality program is going to give flexibility to allow time for students to understand what it is we're teaching them. And number 2, I know in our district, in our experience, that instruction is kind of cut off in May because they are testing at that point. Teachers stop teaching and they put things that are actually very important to the end of the year and they never get to them. Things like the geometry standards, measurement, because they're not, teaching the big ideas, which hopefully some of this will correct that. So yeah, I'm concerned with packing 180 days of instruction when we have SBAC, and then we're not considering student learning and teaching at the speed that they're actually understanding the concept.
Lisa, you have a comment?
Yes, I do. I really liked what Erin and Diane and Stephanie all had to say. And if there's a way to put all 3 of those ladies' ideas into that would be a great idea. I like what Erin said about somehow changing the wording of instruction to include the assessment, the reflection pieces, all of that stuff. Also time for state assessments. I like what Diane said as far as, the different schedules that we have, being on block schedules or semester courses or whatever. I think all 3 of these things need to be put somehow in that comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lindsay?
So I think that the 180 days of instruction, like that's a California thing. There's no going away from that. And I think that it's important to realize that instruction includes assessments and reflections and hands-on activities and all of that stuff. It's not saying 180 different lessons every single day or 180 days of direct instruction. And so I think that we need to, if we reword it, if, you know, the 180 days of instruction are there, and just saying what that includes, which includes, and put those types of things. And that doesn't solve the block issue. Obviously, that's a very specific thing, but I think that in the block schedule, you're doing more within that time. And so it does end up being the same. But I don't know. That's unique to that school.
Board Member Rucker, you wanted to comment on this?
Yes, thank you. Let me just say that a lot of the language that you are seeing in this chapter on the criteria is very standardized to capture the plain language of the statute that you heard Cliff refer to earlier. So I would caution you against tinkering with this particular language in particular, because as Cliff pointed out, the expectation is that the publishers and the curriculum developers will deliver a course of study that is intended to be used for an entire school year. Now, to Diane Wilson's point about block scheduling and the fact that the students are not in a course for 180 days in a school year, they are receiving the equivalent of a full school year of instruction in that block schedule. And that equivalent is to an equivalent of 180 days. So I understand your tag about the number, and I even understand Lori Fryermuth's concern about having one day on a pacing schedule to teach certain content. What I'm actually hearing in your conversation about the content is the criticism that's often leveled at California about their adoptions and about their curriculum, is that it's a mile wide and an inch deep. And so while I understand your concern is to make sure you have just enough, the statute that this is intended to be aligned to is intended to make sure not only that there's a sufficient amount of content, but yes, that instruction and all instructional activities, including assessment, evaluation, teaching and learning activities, all are encompassed in those 180 days of school. And yes, there are a lot of times, even when I was teaching, the principal would walk into my classroom and my students are still using their books after Memorial Day weekend, and the principal would say to me, you know, school's out. And for me, school wasn't out because I knew we had this mandate about those number of instructional days we must follow. So this number is intended to be aligned with the expected mandate in the local control, in the statute concerning the local control funding formula. My advice to you, and when I sit down to have to present this to the board members who are going to be the ones who review this draft and review this content, they're going to want to know why you made this change, because if you make this change, it will make the math framework different from all other frameworks that have that very explicit requirement and expectation for not only the amount of content, but the time of that the timing and the number of days for that content that is aligned to the Ed Code statute concerning the local control funding formula. If your goal is to try to make sure that you are creating flexibility for how that is interpreted, that's a local instructional implementation issue, not an issue concerning the direction that you are trying to give to the publishers. So I would advise you to separate those two concerns.
Thank you, Member Rucker. Is there anyone who would like to comment on what you just heard or comment more on these particular? Christina?
So to me, I'm looking at this and it falls under the program organization. And I think that that might be an area for discussion for how publishers are choosing to organize the content. If we find, for example, all of the textbooks that I used in my high school classroom had data at the very, very end. And so it was the thing that got cut off. So could extension activities, be included at the end to make up that 180 days? So I'm thinking about organization, and can we think about making the suggestion or the guidance that they could include to fulfill that 180 days, some extension activities, some things like that, some digging deeper, some projects that could make up that 180 days of instruction that teachers might choose to utilize or not utilize, but still meet that criteria set by the board.
Just so you know, publishers design their scope and sequence in very different ways. You probably know that locally, which is also part of local review. And there are some publishers that may have those enrichment or digging deeper type activities, extension activities, and others that don't. And so they can be met that way currently. It's up to you whether you'd like to explicitly call that out as an example in a criteria or not, but the criteria itself would still be 180 days. And as Board Member Rucker alluded to, how they meet that is a local determination, but publishers even amongst themselves offer varied scopes and sequences, and the way they address content that locally you would or a district would determine whether that's appropriate for their particular community and students. Janet, you had a comment?
So I'd just like to ask a second time to withdraw my comment 3 and just strike it out.
Okay. Again, I'm going to ask, is there anyone who opposes Janet's request to withdraw her comment? Lori, you had your hand up. Did you want to say something about this? Comment 3?
I was just going to say, in light of the conversation, I would like to withdraw comment number 4.
Okay, so now, well, let's do them one at a time, because I think that's how you've done them previously. So I'll ask again, is there anyone opposed to striking through comment 3? I see none. Richard, could you please strike through comment 3? And Lori is asked to withdraw hers as well. That's comment 4. Is there anyone opposed to striking through comment 4? Erin has a hand up.
I understand that this is the way that the guidelines are, et cetera, but I think that we are trying to raise really very real concerns that are coming from within classrooms within California. And if there are things that we cannot change because of this is how it's got to be, then it almost seems like this whole process is a waste of our time. We need to be making sure that when we're putting in things for alignment for instructional materials, that the changes that we want to see happen in mathematics are actually a part of these guidelines. Otherwise, there's no point. Why do we write the other 1,200 pages? I'm very frustrated by the same thing happened in 2013, where things are getting shut down and it's not being heard what the educators are saying. And if change is going to happen, that has to happen. We also have, again, there's other things in here where we've asked in the past that the integrated pathway be mentioned before traditional, that 8th grade isn't specific to putting algebra in 8th grade because that's detrimental based on the research that we've seen. And if we're not willing to make those changes, why are we bothering to go through this process? It's beyond frustrating.
And I hear your frustration, and I actually share some of your frustration, if not most of your frustration. The issue that we consistently have to deal with is statutes or state board adopted standards or something like that versus the framework itself that is the document of the committee. And unfortunately, the committee doesn't have, nor does the CDE have the authority to change a statute. So we can't change the LCFF statute. Earlier, we had a public commenter who asked if we could change what the definition in law, in statute, is of instructional materials and technology-based materials. We can't. That's in law. There's actual ed code sections that say this is the definition of instructional materials and this is the definition of technology-based materials. And we don't get to expand upon it or change it so that someone can participate, even though it may be a great idea and they may have a wonderful program. But I do hear your frustration. And who has a hand up? Dr. Lindeman?
Yes, thank you. So it's really come to our attention as the writing team that there were several things that we had in this chapter that have gotten taken out, and that is very problematic to us. I'll let my colleagues, Dr. Bowler and Dr. Ford, speak more specifically to those, but some of those are related to things that are even mentioned in the guidelines themselves. I think we have an opportunity here to influence publishers, and it's not just about the standards. It's about influencing publishers to envision California mathematics in the way that we have in this framework. And so when we mention specific things like big ideas and call for these things in this particular chapter, I think that directs publishers to see that. And so without that being in there, I just don't know that it really carries much weight. I guess I really want to echo what Aaron has said, but I'll let my colleagues speak further.
Dr. Bowler?
Oh, sorry, the phone's ringing. I'll just echo both Brian and Erin, but I see that one of the big changes we made as a whole committee and writing team was to talk about detracking and not putting kids different pathways so that all the privileged kids can go in the upper one. And we took algebra out of 8th grade, but it's gone back into 8th grade in this document. So I'm just echoing what the others are saying, that this chapter now does not fit with the 11 chapters that precede it in many ways, and that seems to be a problem.
Luna?
Since there are things now that we're learning about that can't be changed because of statutes, and given what the writers have also said and the concerns that Aaron has brought up, and I mean, I had mentioned issues with the pathways before, and I know several people here have talked about acceleration in the research that's mentioned. Then my question to I don't know if this goes to the writers or if this just goes to CDE, then what in here in this chapter, because you've asked me now to read this and give commentary, but now, like when I read the 180 days, I just figured, it must be in there because it's probably, that can't be changed. But I mean, I had the same concerns that both Janet and Lori had. So it's almost like I would want to reread this document again, but with highlighting saying this is what absolutely cannot change. Because why are we going to go through all these comments and then only to find out that, oh, we can't do that? So I want to be able to give feedback that's realistic. And of course, I agree with all the other comments that have been made.
Stephanie?
Yes, and with all the previous chapters, there's a focus on the big ideas, but in here, where it's very important, it's not embedded in here. So is that something we can add in or not? Like, is this just based on what Lena was just saying, that these are just the guidelines and we have to stick to it, or do we have a voice in adding those things in? Because if publishers are going to stick strictly to looking at this chapter and they're going to base off what this chapter is saying, it's really not based on what the entire framework is now encompassing with big ideas and things like that, and the detracking that Dr. Bowler was speaking of. If they just look at that solo, we're going to end up with chopped up curriculum with chapters one by one and not connection and no coherence. So that's my concern, and I'd like to know what it is that we can do.
So, and I'm glad you asked that question. You were wonderful to give me a segue. So during your two discussions you had yesterday as a whole group for chapters 2 and 5, there were twice where someone said, it'd be nice to add this to the instructional materials chapter. You can actually do that. So since you were talking about the big ideas, during the Chapter 2 whole group, someone said we need to include big ideas in the criteria for the instructional materials. And so we actually have a proposed criterion to add to Category 5, which is instructional planning and support. So that's where support is provided in the teacher materials and help with instructional planning. And it says, add this criterion: teacher resources include guidance on and references to the big ideas of mathematics consistent with the 2021 mathematics framework. So these are framework-based adoptions. Criterion 1.2 is that they are consistent with the framework. And then this would be an additional criterion calling out the big ideas in Category 5. And then also to add to that category was a criterion related to data science, which was teacher resources identify where data science is woven into content and activities consistent with Chapter 5 of the 2021 mathematics framework. So then the publishers would also be required to note in the teacher materials where to pull out the data science as it's woven through the chapters. So to answer your question, yes, you do have an opportunity to add criteria. The next time you see this chapter, those two criteria will be in Category 5. There are some things, unfortunately, that cannot be changed. Dr. Bowler referred to teaching algebra in the 8th grade. By law in California, algebra has to be offered to 8th graders who are ready for algebra in 8th grade. So that's just what the law says. Is there anyone else with a hand up? Aaron, please go ahead.
So those being added in Category 5, if I'm not mistaken, Category 5 says that the instructional materials must have strengths. So they can be there, but they don't have to be. So it's really not putting any teeth on it at all onto what we really want in the published materials. Am I mistaken in that?
Yes and no. So Category 1, what it says in Category 1 is that every piece of Category 1, each particular component within a criterion, all have to be addressed. Categories 2 through 5 have to have strengths. That doesn't mean things get skipped. So as the example I like to provide to publishers when we talk to publishers is in the access and equity section, Category 4, where it talks about all those groups of people whose needs must be addressed. If you did not include supports for English learners or students with disabilities, or you can't say, well, we had most of the groups, but not all of the groups, they're not going to pass because the people who are reviewing those materials are you guys, our teachers and administrators and experts in the field. For 2023, it will be mathematics, and you will be making the decisions as to whether you're going to recommend to the State Board of Education that they have strengths in those areas. And it's not like skip criterion 4, 8, and 9. It's looking at each and every criteria and making a decision as to whether it's strong or not. I'm sorry? Oh, Board Member Rucker?
Okay, so at the risk of being pedantic, let's remember what this chapter is intended to do and who this intended audience is. Because right now, as we sit here talking about and deliberating over this criteria, the most important stakeholders who are paying attention to your conversation are the publishers, because the content that they will prepare and present to the state in order to participate in the adoption of the math curriculum is going to hang on what they understand about what is demanded and required of them in this chapter. So there is a need in talking about the content of this chapter to think from a different frame. Algebra as a content standard, for example, is different from algebra as a course or algebra as part of a curriculum. The purpose of this criteria in this chapter is to give guidance to the publishers, not about coursification and when the course is going to be offered, but what is the defining elements of the algebra curriculum that will be offered to address the criteria that are being created here. The criteria and the content that publishers create do not define and do not pass on a mandate to districts for how this content will be implemented. Districts do not lose their flexibility for deciding on the use of integrated math, coursification, course sequence, how to decide when to place eighth graders in math, and all of that trajectory that is related to making student placement decisions. This criteria is solely limited to what the publishers need to understand about the standards of algebra as content for curriculum. That standard needs to be the same regardless of what curriculum approach the district takes. And that's the distinction that the publishers need to read in what it is you're trying to develop in this chapter. In the other 11 chapters, you are telling the curriculum developers what the content needs to deliver in an instructional setting. This is telling them what their obligations are to create a curriculum and a package of content that teachers can use to make what is written in the other 11 chapters actionable. Now, I hear and understand what the writers are saying as a team. I'm interested in knowing, and I probably shouldn't say this publicly and I'll regret it later, I'm interested in knowing and hearing what it is they believe was written or drafted and was deleted, because I personally don't know that and haven't seen it. But I think that if you can keep separated what the purpose and the audience of this chapter is, that is very different from what's in the other 11 chapters, that might be helpful to help you understand and might be helpful to define better the purpose of the criteria that are written here. We're not writing content for teachers to use. We are writing directions to the publishers about how to do the work of creating a math program. Now, I'm sensitive to this because I was on the first math framework curriculum committee and the first framework development. And there was a moment when the process, quite frankly, fell apart because there was never an agreement among any of the people working on this framework about what the outcome and the message about math and math instruction was going to be, particularly once we got to the higher grades and the discussion about algebra and the discussion about coursification and the higher math courses. And frankly, algebra and the coursification issues are a problem that was created by a mandate in No Child Left Behind that's gone now. And we learned a lot from the implementation and the mistakes that were made in the first math framework. That was the first framework that California attempted to write and create after the adoption of the Common Core standards. And we've learned a lot about creating frameworks and addressing the standards, but also we understand more about the standards for mathematical practice and how to define that and how to understand what instruction looks like. So the purpose of this chapter is to take the lessons we learned from what was the failure that many felt in the previous math adoption and try to fix the criteria so that we go forward and give the publishers better instructions about how to create the content that will actually meet what is intended to be provided for instruction that you have defined in the other 11 chapters. I'm hoping that makes sense, and I certainly hope that what I said does not sound pedantic or condescending.
I can't hear you. Dr. Bowler, you had a comment?
Yes, I think there are two. That was really helpful, thank you. And I think there are two really important things to get across to publishers. One is, we need to move away from what we have now, which is narrow questions with one answer and one method that are filled with books. And we've just released a study, I'd be happy to send it to anyone, that shows how that narrow content leads to kids thinking narrowly of each other and classroom inequities. So it's very important we move away from that. Publishers have been filled their books with narrow content and questions for decades. So one way we can do that is to introduce maths as a set of big ideas, and I know we have some big idea language in there. I think this chapter needs categories of investigation that go across different content areas. The publishers could really do with looking at that integrated content. But the other thing that we put into the chapter that's gone now is that the tasks should be low floor and high ceiling. And those tasks are the ones that all kids can access but go to high levels. And those are really important. Those get away from the narrow questions that publishers like to put in. So I think this chapter is really important. I think we can take Dr. Rucker's guidance and we can talk very specifically about how content should be organized, the kind of questions we would like publishers to use, not the little narrow one method questions. And maybe we can have some time to do that, but it does seem extremely important.
Thank you. Pardon? Christina, you had a comment? And we are getting tight on time, so I'm just letting folks know.
Okay. Two quick parts. One, if we could, as the CFCC, have a list of things in this chapter that need to stay as is and what we're allowed to do, so that when we come back to this, we're clear on where we're focusing. And two, I'm thinking perhaps this chapter needs a second part. So part one is the criterion set forth by the State Board of Education. And part two is, here are some suggestions based on what this framework has put forth. So they're not mandates. They've got what they must do. They're min quals, so to speak. But here are some things that we're hoping are included in an ideal program.
Lindsay, you had a comment?
I just wanted to emphasize that I appreciate everyone's views and things like what the different perspectives, but the local control piece of it, we have been working so hard for so many years to undo the damage that that curriculums have done to math instruction. And it's a really hard job. And if we have instructional materials that are just based on chapter 12 and not 1 through 11, then we're going to end up with the same thing where we're having to go back and realign and redo. And it's so much work on teachers, and our elementary school teachers are teaching 7 different subjects. And so to do that for 7, it's too much. And so if we can just do it right from the beginning, I think that there's a lot of value in that. And so I echo what Christina's saying. I think that those suggestions, any way we can build into chapter 12, best practices for these curriculum developers, I think that's really important.
Thank you. We still, and I'm hearing everything. I'm taking notes for those who can see me. I have a pencil. We still, unfortunately, we're running out of time, and we didn't address the 3 highlighted comments. Lori Fryermuth had requested that her comment 4 be struck through or withdrawn, and I didn't know if people wanted to leave it there, and that's fine too. I didn't know what the final decision was, so let's go ahead and vote on that. If you want it left there, vote no. If you want it struck through, vote yes.
We're waiting on.
Could you say one more time the way the votes are going? Now I got myself confused.
Okay. So if you voted yes, or I could live with it, it was going to be struck through, as was requested by Lori Fryermuth. If you vote no, it's going to move forward to the writer. So go ahead and clear them, and we'll vote again. Okay, go ahead and vote again. I apologize.
5 yes, 12 no.
So that one will move forward to the writer. So do we highlight it green? So please highlight that green, Richard. Okay, number 5. Actually, for number 5, I had written a note to myself to work with the other writers to ensure that this occurs. So after I saw the comment, I thought it was a great idea. So if you want that to move forward to the writer, vote yes. And if you do not want it to move forward, vote no.
Yes.
Consensus, please highlight that green, Richard. And then finally, number 8, I had also written a little note to myself that said, that's not a bad idea at all. It's to you guys to vote whether or not you want that move forward. So if you want the teacher and student materials to include standards-based rubrics with performance metrics outlined and should also provide guidance on diagnostic feedback, go ahead and say yes, or I can live with it. If you do not want it to move forward, say no.
Yes.
So that's consensus. Please highlight it green. And everything else that's not highlighted is also moving forward, just as a reminder. Also the 2 criteria that I read earlier related to big ideas and data science, you will also see in the next iteration of this chapter. So with that, I'm going to turn this over back to Director Coates. Thank you. Thank you all. I really appreciate it.
All right. So I just want to also just encourage you to say that this is why we're here. These are the discussions that we need to have. And so I appreciate the discussion. And then, and knowing also that you are going to see this chapter again, chapter 12. And so we have your feedback in terms of what you would like to see in terms of guidance the next time you see this chapter as well. So I think that that will be useful, and this conversation was useful in moving this chapter forward. So just to give a preview, our next meeting dates, November 3rd and 4th. We know that November 3rd is also voting day, so that will be a shorter meeting, and we will try to end the day between 2 and 2:30 for you so that you have that time. And then you see on the screen the chapters that we'll be covering again. So chapters 4, and then basically all of the grade level chapters. So chapters 6 through 8. And then finally, we are in the final phases of preparing the draft chapters and the meeting materials. As you know, this was just an extremely quick turnaround between today's meeting and then the November 3rd and 4th meeting. So we will begin sending you the draft chapters as we did as soon as they are available. The first chapter will come to you this evening, and the final chapters will come to you no later than Friday, October 23rd. So with that, are there any questions, Denise? Okay. So we will adjourn our meeting. Thank you again, and we will see you in 2 weeks.